What is good, people? Oh my goodness, guys! A shout out to you. A welcome to another stream because this stream, guys, we're gonna be getting to some serious topics. Okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna get serious in here. The show is gonna get serious. We're gonna be talking about cults. Okay, today's episode, we're gonna be talking about cults, particularly red pill cults that we have seen being on the rise, especially within the manosphere space. Okay, and this has been spearheaded by no other than Andrew Tate and likes of him. Right, you got guys that even came, I wouldn't say came before him, right? Like Flesh and Fit. These guys, I mean, they've kind of been there, but Andrew Tate, I argue, has been probably in existence longer than Fresh and Fit, at least with his antics and whatnot. But it wasn't up until recently we're seeing this new age kind of cult worship of the red pill, right? The new bastardization that is taking hold of pretty much everyone on the internet at this freaking point, right? And listen, we have conversations out there where people are having debates and they're challenging certain people on their thought processes and things like that. But one thing I don't see a lot happening is really diagnosing why a lot of our young men are diving into these type of programming in this case. And yes, it is a freaking programming, people, because the steps that we're going to outline here today, comparing what an actual cult is, how cult members prey on new members, okay, the tools and tips and tricks they use to lure new people in, you start to find a lot of similarities between how that operates versus the new red pill we're seeing nowadays, only digitized. Okay. So, with that being said, what's good, y'all? Okay. That was a little intro to what's going on. What's good, everybody? What's good, everyone in the chat? Jared, I see you here. A live side. Any update on the receipts? Kendra's in the chat. So, you can ask Kendra the update to the receipts. How about that? Azul says, "Is there a stream or no? I have an addiction to watching dukendon. If the stream's like, my bad, dog, my bad. I was having a time zone issue. I thought it was going on. Like I thought my time was gonna be a different time, but it turns out I was an hour late." And it was the wrong time. So as soon as I figured that out, we're ready to go. So let's get right into it. JR the GOAT. Come on, dude. Nicholas Martin, what's good? How you doing? Black Silver, Blackville D Silver. Was good. Was good. Zachary Moore says, back to the old studio. Back. Listen, I miss this old studio. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I miss this old studio, dog. Like, I like the camera being close up. We'll be back there again because we're gonna be introducing some new shows coming out. Because I see some other channels, you know, they're doing the whole little dating thing and whatnot. So I'm looking around and seeing what else we can add to the mix, right? And do some stuff. So we'll probably invite some people over, you know, and then have some conversations if you guys want to, you know, get involved in certain activities. So we'll set that up, and then we'll be back at the old studio. The thing is, I'm filming other content out of this setup right here. So, like, for me, it's hard to kind of move back and forth. So I'd rather just stick here until the pre-videos I'm done making are done, and then I can hop back over. But everybody good? Everybody good? Can hear me? Zachary Moore, welcome back, though. It's been a minute since I've seen you in the stream. Mr. Everything was good, my boy. Yes, we're about to get into it today. Brother Blood says, why isn't Pearl included in the lineup? She scams too. Listen, what we're gonna talk about here today, what you're gonna start realizing is people like Pearl, they're mimickers. Okay, they are what we call mimickers. They will mimic their way to success because they're modeling what's already successful within this space. Okay, because here's the thing: what I'm about to break down to y'all is how all this, like, why the manosphere is so easy for a lot of people to really come in and just take advantage of people. Okay, and if you guys have noticed that, right? You guys have noticed that, especially in recent times since the Andrew Tate boom. You've seen a lot of new content creators who are coming out of the woodworks, right? All of a sudden, some of them seeming to share the same, you know, a pain and grievances that young men have been dealing with all along, right? And it seems genuine on the surface, but then when you dig deep, it turns out they're just regurgitating some of the same bullshit they've heard somewhere else. All right. So when we're looking at that, okay, first things first, you look at, okay, where did they get this stuff from, right? You can go back, you say, okay, maybe Pearl, she got influenced by, Fresh and Fit. Okay, she got influenced by Roll Tomasi. She got influenced by all these other people. They're seeing the bag. The bag is getting made, okay? And then one part of it. So she jumped in and copped the flow, right? But the thing is, we have to, it's one thing to look at that, and it's another thing to look at, okay, why are there a bunch of young men jumping headfirst into this? All right, what is the underlying cause? Because guys, I want y'all to understand something. What we're looking at is the symptom of what's happening right now. All right, and the cause is we do have a serious issue with a bunch of disenfranchised young men. Okay, disenfranchised, downtrodden, men who feel like they don't have a whole lot going for them in life, right? They don't really have, access. Well, I mean, it's not saying they don't have access to universities, but we know what's going on, right? More female enrollment than male enrollment, right? In the job workforce is even tougher out there, right? More men, if they don't find it the entrepreneurship route, it's tougher, right? I understand that. But then to look at some of these guys on YouTube who are parroting the same issues, the same talking points, right? And ain't shit changed for your life. And throughout the years you've been watching them, only their pockets have gotten deeps with the money you spent on their books, with the money you spent on their courses, with the money you spent on all that shit, thinking you're going to cop they flow. And it turns out it's not going to work for you, right? So that's the thing. We have to go over why is it that a lot of young men fall victim into that, okay? And it's similar to how a cult or a gang will recruit people, okay? Because first things first, what is the first step in a cult member recruiting somebody new? Well, the first things first, that person has to be in the position of, or come from a position of being disadvantaged, right? So if you think about where you think about why people run off and join cults, like that little that place in Waco, even though that was that they're saying it was a cult, but it was a weird situation. Even though whatever happened to them, they didn't deserve it, I think, in my book. But just using that example, what will cause grown individuals, grown, seemingly sound professional men to and women to drop their lives and move into some shack in the middle of nowhere and then follow the rules for some guy who looks like Jesus? What causes them to do that? Well, on the surface, you can say, okay, man, that guy's crazy or whatever the hell it is. But if you look beneath that, you start to look that person has a void within their life that they have no idea how to fill up, or they don't understand where it is that they need to go from there. So when you're in that stuck place in life, you're gonna need some sense of direction. And this is something that men are severely lacking today, because realistically, we don't have that sense of direction, and we're not being taught that by generation of men before us. So we got boys being raised here who are confused. They go into the school system, right? Their education style isn't suited to teach young men. It's suited to teach the opposite sex, which is understandable, right? But young boys can't sit still in the classroom for that long. So they get confused when the teachers are trying to get them to act right, but they can't act right because that's not the situation for them. So what's the next step? To get doped up on pills, right? That's the shit that happens, right? Because you got to control the young boy energy. So that's the thing. So as the boy is growing up and developing and getting conflicting messages on how to be a man or how to even be a proper boy, right? Especially with the new media coming out on what a man is and what a man isn't, or what a woman is or what a woman isn't, right? There's a lot of confusion. So we got a bunch of directionless boys who are simply looking for answers. And just like a good cult member or a good cult leader, you look and you seek out those vulnerabilities. All right, think about that in your lives, guys. In the chat, you guys think about that person in your life that joined a pyramid scheme, right? You graduate high school, y'all are done, and all of a sudden you ain't talked to the dude for years, and he hits you up like, hey, I got this job opportunity, bro. and this job opportunity is going to make you so much money, bro. But I can't tell you a whole lot about it. Just come to this room, this meeting real quick. Y'all ever got that phone call? Let me know if y'all even talked to a dude in a long time, right? And like your homie in a long time, and then all of a sudden out of the blue, they hit you up about this random job opportunity out of nowhere, all right? And it's something that they can't really go into detail for some reason, okay? But you gotta just come to the seminar. You gotta come to the area so the guy who's there can tell you about this brand new opportunity they found, right? And then you sitting there like, all right, this is my homie. I haven't seen him in a long time. Let me go ahead and check it out, see what's going on. You go to the seminar. You're listening to this charismatic guy, right? You can substitute him for the cult puppet head or whatever it is, right? But you got this charismatic guy who's telling you about this great new sales product, right? And like how you can make unlimited sums of money potentially if you decide to partner up with this company. But the key is you got to get 2 or 3 other people to do the exact same thing, to come to these meetings. Okay, you got to get 2 or 3 other people and invite them to this new opportunity that we have for you, right? And you, the rational person in the seminar, you're looking at it like, well, hold up, something don't smell right. This seems like some kind of scheme, right? It almost seems like a scheme. Y'all had that before, where somebody hit you out of the blue, you go over there to see what's going on, and it turns out the business opportunity is a pyramid scheme. That's what this is, right? And the vulnerability that they're sensing in you is the fact that you probably don't have, or you're not where you need to be financially, all right? Keep that in mind, people. That's vulnerability for a lot of young men, number one. Financial status. We got to keep that in mind, okay? As I'm going through this, we got to keep that in mind. But for a lot of people, that's it. So they prey on your financial vulnerability because you're broke. Majority of men are broke, right? And they want to make more money. And you're talking about a new opportunity to make them more money. They're going to hop on that, bruh. But the thing is, just like a good pyramid scheme sales seminar, a cult leader, they're not going to tell you all the risk involved when they try to lure you in, right? They tell you the greatness. Essentially, they're inviting you to window shop. We see no difference between that and a lot of these red pill content creators, a lot of them who are coming on the woodworks, right? They invite you in with the window shopping. What's that window shopping? They got you with the Lambos. They got you with the Bugatti, right? If y'all are entertaining this bitch, right? Yo, they will get you with the Bugatti, right? So what do a lot of disenfranchised young men do who are confused, don't even know what a man is supposed to be? They're growing up watching Disney. Disney's confusing them. They're coming through the school system. The school system's confusing them, right? They come on YouTube, and YouTube, you got Andrew Tate telling them, listen, if you don't slap, choke, bam, you're not a man, right? And they're looking at that like, hey, that's kind of interesting. What's going on over here? This guy, he seems like he's making a lot of sense here. Smack, choke, bang. Okay, and he's driving a Bugatti. Well, clearly, I mean, he's acting like the archetype of man that I could potentially see in movies, like a James Bond character, right? Or a Batman or a Bruce Wayne or a mafia, right? He brings off that over masculine, hyper masculine aura, and you look at the money, right? Boom. That's the picture perfect guy I gotta be. That's what I gotta strive to, right? That's it. For a lot of young men, y'all gotta understand, that's all it takes. Seeing a guy like Andrew Tate after being treated like a bitch your entire life, sometimes without you even knowing it as a young man, right? You come online, you see a guy like Andrew Tate, he's talking all this stuff, he's being hyper masculine, he's driving a nice car, he's talking about beautiful women, and he's saying the things you wish you had the balls to say in real life, right? Some of y'all can say it on keyboard. It's easy for you to say it on keyboard, but he's saying the things y'all wish you say. So what did that do? That hooks a lot of guys in because you're already triggering a bunch of pain points. They're ripe for the selling. The marketing is hook, line, sinker because they're ready to buy. They see a guy who's got financial resources. They see a guy who is getting good with the women they wish they were dating right now. They see a guy who seems like he's got the world by the balls and he's happy, right? A guy who's focused, driven, right? They see all of that. And that's what they want to mimic. But the thing is, they're still directionless little boys. All right. And I'm sorry I got to say it like this, but that's true. You're still directionless little boys because now you fell for the marketing. You fell for the matrix. Okay. And now the next logical step for that young man is, well, this little picture Andrew Tate has given me some sense of purpose. Let me go ahead and join in and see what the hell it's all about. And once you take your foot into the door, that's how they got you. It's like the pyramid scheme. Your best buddy's trying to rope you in. We were just talking about, right? Andrew Tate, watching him on YouTube, right? Watching all the other people who are posting videos of him on YouTube doing crazy nonsense that are overly hyper masculine and will never work in the real world if you actually try it on people or you actually try it on women. The chances are you probably get fired from your job and ostracized from your local community if you start talking like Andrew Tate. But I digress, right? They show little videos and clips on YouTube, and those kids who are disenfranchised latch onto that. That's the recruiting call. So now they got to go to the meeting. Right, they got to go to the meeting. They got the recruiting call from their buddies, and the meeting now is the Hustlers University. Right, you got to join up with the Hustlers University. You got to be part of this new money making opportunity, which brings me to my next main point. So they got you with the lure, right? They lured you in. Now they got to figure out a way to keep you. They got to hook you in, right? This is phase 2 of the cult because now you got to draw blood. All right, you got to draw blood. Once you sign that to get in, now you got to do something to embed yourself within it, right? Now you either got to buy a product or you got to go ahead and replicate the same thing, regurgitate, whatever it is. They have to get you bought into the system. And sometimes, people, it doesn't just have to be you buying the product. It could be you simply super chatting. It could be you simply just PayPal. You give them PayPal, right? You're just buying all the, giving them all the stuff, the memberships, all that. Not saying anything is wrong with that. It's just that for people who aren't seeing the undertone of what's actually going on here, they take that as, oh no, this person's trying to help, not realizing, no, this person is enriching themselves. Now, here's where I'm going to take a little step back because you're going to go in, right? We're going to go in. Here's the thing. You notice that every single person in this red pill space has a similar setup. They all have the exact same head up. I want you guys, I am giving you the blueprint to this shit, okay? Matter of fact, realistically, if you want to go off and be your own Andrew Tate tomorrow, I'm giving you the blueprint. I'm talking about if you want to go off, make your own audience, all right, and do the exact same shit and make money like they're doing, I'm giving you the blueprint. This is it right here. Yo, I was getting crazy audio indicators over here. But what was I going at? Right? Can y'all hear me now? No, we're back. But I was saying all these guys have the exact same pattern that they're following. They have to follow it. This is the blueprint. If y'all, because here's the thing. The reason why I gotta let y'all know this is because I think if you guys don't understand how easy it is for people to actually jump in this niche and fool you, I don't think you guys are really understanding the reason why channels like this exist, okay? Because for us, think of us as outside the matrix. You guys are the agents walking around, all right? We're Neo in this bitch. We out here, okay? We out here just letting y'all know, hey, wake up, come out. Let me unplug you, motherfucker, because this shit's crashing. You see what I'm saying? But all the little agents, like the little bots in the group chats, right? Especially in the Tate University, you go ahead and go ask a question in the Tate University. The agents are gonna come after you. Okay, you ask the question that's remotely critical. The agents are gonna come for you, right? And it's not just like that at Tate University. It's like that in just a normal chat room, right? Let's go to Lord Marquardt. We go to Lord Marquardt, okay? If we go to Lord Marquardt, go ask a question about his Fletch app company and see what happens. The agents are gonna come for you, right? They gotta come in and take you out because you are removing from the actual experience that the other guys who are cemented in the matrix are having. Okay, we can't have people who are woke disrupting the matrix. Okay, so what we're about to do, y'all got to pay attention. I am giving you guys the blueprint. This is the blueprint on what they do, and it's not just the Andrew Tates of the world that do this. Like, you'll see women like the Pearls you guys are talking about, right? Melanie King does this. I got to get on my girl Melanie. How you doing, baby? How you doing? Listen. That last video, we had to get on you on that, okay, girl? But I want you to know it's no hard feelings, all right? But you was kind of phony if you gotta ask, and some of your methods are questionable. But I digress, okay? But there are a lot of people. April Mason. April Mason is another one that we got to talk about, right? April Mason, they listen. The thing is, they come in, they see the blueprint for what it is, right? The first things first, they understand that men are disenfranchised. They understand that. They already know y'all are suffering. They already know, and some of them don't even care. They've been know this shit, especially some of the female ones coming in here, right? They already knew. They already knew that because they benefited from the privilege. They've been benefiting from that privilege, all right? They're only coming in here because they seen the cash flow. Okay, so listen, they already knew. They come in, they know you're disenfranchised, right? They know that there's something missing in your lives, and also they also know that you're willing to spend money that you feel strongly emotional about. If it's something that you feel strongly emotional about, right? Which is weird because a lot of Manosphere people, we try to, or listen in the red pill space, we try to say we're not emotional, right? We're men, right? We like to keep it manly, right? We got to keep it, you know, stoic, right? But the truth of the matter is, we're all pretty emotional. I mean, case in point, look, you criticize one of these red pill dudes, the agents are gonna come for you. All right, they get all in their emotional trigger twisted panties, and they want to come for you and shut you down. That's just what it is. So a lot of us right now are in a highly charged emotional state. They understand that, right? And some of it, listen, bro, it's coming from all walks of life. Some of it could be a divorce. Some of it could be a recent breakup. Some of it can be whatever it is. The fact of the matter is, you feel fire in it and you're passionate about it, and you feel like you got screwed. Somebody took something from you. Okay. And in this case, it happened to be the opposite sex for a lot of guys. It happened to be the opposite sex that they feel they got one over on them. So these guys weaponize that pain, knowing full well you would spend money, good money, to help feel like you're doing something about it. They weaponize that pain, and then they use that to manipulate you. That's what it is, right? And what they do to manipulate you is no different than when you're in a cult. Well, what is the main thing they do? They do when you're finally in the cult, right? They got you in, they got you hooked in, right? They got you buying a program. You're in a program, whether you're in a Tate University, whether you're religiously watching and super chatting, pay your tuitions, right? You got to pay your tuitions, right? Well, whatever it is that you're doing, they've gotten you buying into some kind of process. Again, when we compare it to a cult, it's no different than when you first join up, all right? And once you go into the commune, whatever the cult commune is, right? They start leveraging rules on you, right? So they can say you can't dress a certain way, all right? And sometimes the rules, they start out pretty simple, right? It's pretty simple, so you don't really notice it, right? It could be simple things like, hey, you just got to make sure you take care of everybody else, right? And it's not bad. I can do that. We're all living together. We're all in this together. We all believe in the same thing, so we'll take care of each other or look out for each other, right? And then over time, slowly, it starts to get a little bit more intense, right? Maybe they'll say you can't wear that certain clothes, or maybe you got to wear a certain type of clothes, or maybe you got to pray, X amount of times a day. It starts increasingly getting crazier and crazier. Matter of fact, it can get crazy to the point where the owner or the leader is basically like, all right, yeah, all y'all lay down, all right, drink this, and it's night, right? It happens. And look at, was it Heaven's Gate? Was it the Heaven's Gate cult where it was a bunch of people who they found in bunk beds, and these were grown adults. Some of them were previous professionals. Okay, they found dead in bunk beds, like in their own butt, believing that a fucking spaceship is gonna come in and pick them up and take them to space. These are rational, otherwise functioning human beings being convinced to take poison. Some of them gave their kids poison, right? What is the other one? The Jonestown, right? Where the dude took them off to a different, basically an island and tried to have them all kill each other. You see what I'm saying? So once they get you in there, they start with small little rules, right? And especially in the red pill space, you guys don't notice it, but it starts with the verbiage, right? So it could be like, a certain verbiage. Donnie Boy is really good at this, right? He'll say something like EPAR or like, he'll be using shit backwards, right? But there's like 304s, like certain verbiage and cues that you see and hear around the Manosphere space a lot. You guys see that's actually part of the conditioning. If you guys don't realize that, right? When you're saying, oh, well, she's, if you find yourself using a lot of these terminologies, some of these red pill guys use, especially in the chat, you'll see some of them. If you guys know some of them, put them in the chat, right? The jargon, that's part of it, right? That's subtly conditioning you to be part of that program, right? Now you even go to some of their these individual platforms. If you go into individual platforms, this is where the same idea, but they do their styles differently, right? They do their we'll call this the conditioning methods, right? These different Manosphere channels, they do their conditioning a little bit differently, right? So maybe Fresh and Fit might do theirs a little bit differently, right? I mean, Fresh is all about the BBC gang, right? The BBC gang, Andrew Tate, the whole W and all that shit, right? So they have their methods of conditioning that a lot of the guys who buy into their platforms, they start to repeat. And I know this shit because we criticize a lot of them and we see those same verbiage being used in our comment section, right? It's like these guys, they start losing their own thought process and taking on the mentality of the people that they're following, right? Again, when we go back to the Heaven's Gate cult and how someone can convince people to chug poison in hopes that an alien is going to come find you, okay? That's not how you see how that works. It's subtle and it increases over time. All right. And the more you're bought into the program, the crazier it gets. Okay. And here's how it starts to get into, because we move on from the conditioning. you move on from the conditioning piece, right? Let me get this pulled up here. You move on from the conditioning piece because we got our young buck. He's disenfranchised. The media tells him he sucks. Here you are coming in as this new leader, right? This new leader, the guy who has all the answers, right? And there's a specific way, which is very important because we have to actually go into the archetype of that cult mentality, right? The archetype of that personality that ends up doing that is someone who sees the pretty much underlying struggles someone is facing, whether intuitively or they consciously are aware of it, right? So if you take someone like some of these new age red pillars that are coming into the scene, like I would say Sneeko is one of them. Like Sneeko, I would say is one of them. Okay, here's the thing with Sneeko. Sneeko, I can't tell if he's faking this shit because I've seen some of his past stuff and he seems pretty based, but like this whole recent Andrew Tate nonsense that he's been on, it makes me think that it makes me believe that he consciously knows there's a void here. And in terms of getting more clout with the younger disenfranchised men, he has to placate his verbiage or placate his content a different way. And I suspect that's the reason why he created his new channel, which has grown just as fast or even has surpassed his old channel, which was almost at 500,000 or over 500,000 subscribers. So what does that tell you? If your new channel that's dedicated towards red pill content that you created all of a sudden, Sneeko, and that shit is taking off like a fucking rocket, right? We got to realize that there's something there. So do you know? Do you intrinsically know that there was a void here to fill, or was that something that like you were consciously aware of, right? Did you just feel the vibe, or were you aware of it, right? There's a difference, okay? Because that's how the mentality of a lot of these cult type personality people are. And Sneeko definitely has that archetype. Sneeko, Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines. You can't really say much for Fresh. Laura Marquardt too. Okay, they all have these they put on this bigger, larger than life personality that makes you feel like it's so grand, it's so large, and what they're doing is so big that like it's almost like they have all the answers. And don't get it twisted. They can back it, right? Because some of them will have stats, right? If we push them on the statistics now, I mean, it tells a different story. Let's just be real. But for the guys who are coming in, like the young disenfranchised males, right? They see the perceived stats that these guys are spitting, right? You know, Myron will spit stats at these women. Or you'll see some of the things that they'll say, or the little interviews that they'll do with girls, and they'll react to the videos with the girls saying something stupid, and just making them look generally bad, right? And just to validate people, right? All those different things. It goes back into basically painting the entire picture, okay? Painting the entire picture of, okay, this we're holding it up to your face. This is exactly what's wrong with society, okay? Because when you're okay, here's where I'm going with this. You guys see those there's a lot of TikTok videos right now, right? The Manosphere has a TikTok problem, a TikTok video reaction problem. I see a lot of fucking channels doing this. And hell, even Kevin Samuels fought against doing this, right? Reacting to TikTok videos. But if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, TikTok videos right now, especially the cringe factor on this, has gotten so crazy that a lot of people in the Manosphere, that's all they react to. You guys notice that? Put a one in the chat if you guys noticed that. Kenzie Star, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. Did you hear they played Sneeko in Congress? What? No. Nah, that's not true. Can someone verify this? Kenzie, is that true? Is that true? Wait a minute now. Is that true? Why did they play him in Congress? What? Yo, this is crazy. They played Sneeko. Yo, hey, listen. If we don't have a president, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, by 2030, I don't know what else to tell you. Listen, our country has turned into a complete sideshow. Okay, that is basically it. Like, and you know what? Joe Biden interviewed Cardi B during his presidential campaign. So to be honest with you, I'm not surprised if they'll play someone like Sneeko. I'm just shocked that they will play somebody from the Manosphere. See, I hesitate to call him from the Manosphere. However, he's kind of been gratiated in along with all these new iterations that are coming out. But if he was they played him in Congress, I didn't hear about it. Can someone validate that? Because that's wild, bro. our politics are getting nuts, dog. Like it's getting crazy. But yeah, no. So listen. They like I was saying, where was I going with this? I was going back to those archetypes, right? Those personality types, those larger than life personality types. You see that in Andrew Tate, you see that in the Myron Gaines. You even see that in Donnie Boy, you see that in Lauren Marquardt. Okay, you're gonna see that in Sneeko. Sneeko is actually perfect for this, right? Because their personality is so out there, just outlandish that when they try to convince you as if that they have all the answers, you almost are inclined to believe them because they slip in a little bit of truth. Don't get me wrong, right? They slip in a little bit of truth, but then they just kind of just hit you over the head with the over the top, right? So for instance, the main theme that you see with a lot of these guys, they go the conspiracy route, okay? Now, you guys, as I'm laying this blueprint down for you guys got to understand this shit, okay? They go the conspiracy route, and the main one they do right now is the COVID, right? The COVID, the agenda, obviously the Disney agenda gets boys, all these different things, right? Those are actual true. I wouldn't really call them conspiracies because they're actually happening out in the open, but those are true things that at least as young men coming up in the world being disenfranchised, they can see that. A lot of young men can see that. Women can see through this feminism bullshit too as well, right? So growing up, they can see the agenda for what it is, right? So what these guys do with the larger than life personalities, they come out pointing out the agendas, saying, oh my God, this is happening. They're using COVID to put us all inside to control us. They're going to use masks to control us, man. And the mask is going to, they're going to track us with the chips, man. And the chips are going to get you, man. And, it's over, man. 1986 all over again. Now, as a young man, you're looking at that, right? Because you don't really have a whole lot of experience. And I know, because I was there. I was bought hook, line, and sinker to a lot of these conspiracy theories until I started thinking and until I started working in tech. And I realized, oh, now I know what's happening. But, like, you don't know all what's happening, but you have a good idea of what's happening. But the kind of stuff they'll say, like with the COVID and the chip tracking and things like that, right? Think about it, man. It makes sense to a young guy who's seen it because he's like, "Whoa, well, the government has lied to me. They've lied to me all my life, right? I don't see many people dying. So maybe this thing, this illness might not be a thing, right? Maybe it's actually an orchestrated thing to really enslave the world, to get everyone under one control." Now, there's certain elements of that may be true, but the other part of this that makes it bullshit is the movie element. Okay. And what I mean by the movie element is that America, particularly, y'all suffer from, and I say y'all because I'm American, but I'm also from outside. I'm also outside of America. So I have both perspective. I have outside looking in and inside looking out. Okay. America suffers from a freaking movie main character complex. Okay. Because if it's not something that vaguely reminds them of a movie or something that they've seen in the past, it's very hard for them to really visualize it really happening, right? So, for instance, FEMA camps and all these different concentration things, you see representations of that in movies. You can see that, so that way you can reference movies. It's even gotten crazy to the point that, like, people are, you notice every time somebody dies, there's a documentary that comes out like that covers his life, and then people make conspiracies about that, saying, "Oh, they probably planned this out and whatnot," right? No, that's all part of the whole movie effect, right? Because Hollywood and a lot of media companies has had America so dialed in with serious social engineering. I mean, we're a social engineered country, like through and through. If you want to talk about conspiracy, this is the biggest, the great American project was social engineering. That's what it is. And we do this through Hollywood films. Hollywood is the biggest media arm. I wouldn't be surprised if Hollywood is CIA. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Hollywood, I mean, it definitely is. At this point, it's such an old institution, but it's part of the propaganda tool to go ahead and get you guys bought into the movie complex. So that way, a lot of Americans, if they don't really see that happening in movies, like, to them, it's just like, what's this? No, that doesn't have no. Oh, I recognize that was in so and so. So that's the thing. When you talk about, when you see these guys who are puppeteering these New World Order and the gold complex, they always come at it from a movie type of situation, right? Oh, they're gonna have these tiny little microchips, and these microchips are gonna have like little nano things that are gonna go in your bloodstream and track you. It's like, no, bro, that's movie think. In reality, there's something called cell phone towers, and there's something called an iPhone, and there's something called, wherever you go, you ping to a cell phone tower. So if they wanted to track you, you've been chipped since your moment your mama took you to Sprint. They got you chipped already. Since the moment you realized you wanted the iPhone, you bought into the program. But the thing is, you don't realize that because that's reality. Reality is boring, right? I use myself. Bro, you notice every time I get like, yo, why is it? Why that? Yo, that shit. What the fuck? Yo, that's wild. Like, I don't know why that was cutting that randomly cut out at the right time. I don't know what the fuck was going on. That was weird. But anyways, like I was saying, we're movie versus reality. We suffer from movie syndrome. That's the thing. And the more right now, I think what's actually happening, which is a good thing, is that Hollywood has become so oversaturated, especially with a company like Disney. This is why I think this is good that Disney's gotten too big and too bloated, because now a lot more people are able to see the clear agendas for what it is, right? Because Disney, anything that comes through Disney gets popped out through the agenda. They get the agenda pumped right into them, and then they get pumped onto the mass media. You guys notice that? You see it with all the look what they did to Marvel. Look what they did to my baby. Okay, they destroyed Marvel. Marvel is gone. Okay, I don't know what they're gonna do with any other shows now that goes through Disney, but they kill everything, right? Because they've gotten so big, they've gotten so bloated, they've gotten so filled with the agenda is that like a lot more people now are starting to be hip to what's going on. The big problem is I don't think Disney cares. So we'll see the long-term trend of that. But realistically, that's what it is. We're a social engineered country, right? This is what it is. So we suffer from. Yeah, that's wild. I streamed for 2 hours the day before and nothing. Now we get serious in a stream. All of a sudden, I'm having audio issues. This is wild to me. Yo, the drip is in town. Holy shit, what's good, brother? How you doing? How you doing? Let's go. You are coming in at the right time, bro. We're about to get Colton. Actually, we're talking about Colts. we're making a comparison to Colts. So, my brother, let's have ourselves a good conversation. Where was I going with this, right? So so that same social engineering spirit, I'm gonna speed through this part because I don't think StreamYard likes me talking about social engineering. But the whole social engineering piece is a culture that's been deep rooted in America. That the whole marketing aspect concept of it, that's all social engineering to get you to convince you to buy something you weren't even thinking about or you didn't even know that you wanted, right? That's all social engineering. And when you break it down to these red pill spaces, they use some of the same elements to go ahead and rope you in. All right, so you have the big personalities, the larger than life characters, and on top of that, they also exude the confidence as if they know all the answers. They spit some conspiracy game at you, and some of it makes sense to what it is that they're talking about. But realistically, under all the charisma, under all the shine and the flash that they're putting in front of you, because they're throwing it all out there, right? They're throwing it all out there. Fresh himself, Fresh Prince CEO himself. When we were he was I think they were it was a conversation he had with DJ Academics, right? And they were talking about why he always had the get up on. Like, why were you always wearing a chain? Like, why are you always in the get up? And part of what he mentioned it, he didn't even realize he was saying it, was, well, if he doesn't do it, he doesn't get the attention. If he doesn't wear that when he goes to the club, he doesn't get the attention. If he doesn't wear that and vlogs it, how will people know he has money? How because we know in the real world, rich people don't walk around wearing expensive chains on their neck. I mean, I don't know. Maybe most of y'all don't know millionaires out there. I mean, I'm not saying I know a whole lot of millionaires, but the people I know that got money, that they got, like, I'm talking about like $100,000+ cash, liquid, ready to go in their bank account right now, right? We talking about that. They don't wear expensive chains. That's not a thing. That's not a thing that they do. Okay, they don't wear expensive chains. Some of them they drive Priuses, for Pete's sakes, which is crazy. I don't know if you're watching, but like, you know what I'm talking about if you watch it. Like, why? Like, but that's the life that they live. The reason why is because real people that got money, they understand what it took to get there. They don't need to spend money and waste money on flash. Why? That's not going to get you any return. So you're a little bit more prudent with your money. When you go over into the window shopping side of things, when someone is trying to lure you into a cult, right? They have to make it flashy. They have to make it sexy. They have to make it clean, right? Make it attractive for you to want to do that, right? They have to paint the picture that you too can live this life. You too can have all this goddamn prosperity. Tell me if you heard that one before, right? Same thing with cults. Even fucking super religious churches, right? You want prosperity, you got to throw your tithes in, right? Some of y'all, right? Throw some tithes in there, right? Church, check in, bro. Right? You gotta check in the church. All right, for some of y'all, you gotta check in the church, because the pastor over here, who is totally not a drunk at all and probably will not screw your mama if you gave him the chance, wants you, in order for you to prosper when it comes to women, you got to throw in your tithes. And just being funny, but like in more serious churches, right, that they really go into this stuff, right? With the you go with the preacher or the pastor is very, very charismatic and they carry that cult like mentality, bruh. They tell you to kick in, and it's how they rope you in. It's how they rope you in. It's how they get you in through the whole program, right? The flash, the feeling, all of that stuff. So the illusion that you too can have that prosperity that they're having, that's the hook. That at least that's the foundation that lies beneath the hook. Okay, young men who are coming in through the window shop, okay, seeing this stuff for the first time, they're not going to be able to see, they're not going to be able to understand the hook for what it is. They're not going to understand that realistically, they're selling those young men on the illusion that they too can have that same lifestyle. They can have that same prosperity only if they replicate what it is that these guys are doing, right? Hook, line, and sinker, the kids buy it, because why else the fuck not, right? This is the only shining example you see of success, not realizing that, no, honey, the real success is actually coming from you buying into the program. Because if you didn't buy into the program, they wouldn't be successful. You are helping them be success. Right? You're helping them be successful. This is what it is. But the thing is, you're so roped in the flash, you're so roped in the emotional fervor, right? Because it's an emotional thing. A lot of young men in the red pill space, we're all in this emotional thing. Because if we were thinking rationally, we look at guys like Lord Marquardt and be like, hey, time out, bro. What does any of this mean? Right? What is any of this thing, right? You would look at that, but no, we're not thinking logically. Because a lot of us young men are coming in from an emotional spot, right? And we're coming in from an emotional spot and we want to get to where we want to get to fast. So the underlying thing that they're selling us is we can get there, but it's not true. Because if you were thinking logically and you look at the facts, data, and statistics, right? The facts, data, and statistics will tell you that only about 95% of people don't make it. Yeah, only about 95% of people don't make it. 5%, yeah, maybe past 3 years if they do it right, but they have to have the gumpture. They have to have tenacity. They have to have determination. YouTube cult leaders sell the illusions of those. They sell the illusion of determination. They sell the illusion of tenacity. They sell the illusion of all these things through the idea of self-help. Boom, boom, boom. Does that make sense? Y'all seen how this shit just clicks together, right? That's why self-help, that's a very, very important tool to this cult, okay? To the red pill cult. They gotta figure out a way to keep you in, okay? Because the self-help, the reason why it's so critical, it serves as a double-edged blade. Let me explain why. The first way it works is that it feels good. It helps the person who's receiving those knowledge of self-help, right? It's giving you general knowledge that, you would, which makes sense, right? Maybe you should go work out, okay? Maybe you should dress nicer. Maybe you should, fix your posture when you're moving around. There are books on that, by the way. There are books on body languages. There are books on, even there are books on how to date women. Right, their book. Roll Tomasi has a interesting player book that he has coming out. I don't know if he already has it out or not, but I think Roll Tomasi is a player now. I don't know how you go from 25 years to playerific, but he has a book on that. So there are books out there that young men can read. That's all disguised as self-help. Okay, right? That's the first way it works, because you read that stuff, and for a lot of young men, for them this is like a Bible, right? This is like a Bible because they're getting the knowledge that even their daddies aren't really showing them. They're getting the knowledge even their mamas. I mean, not saying that your mama can show you, but most people are being raised by single moms nowadays, so your mom can't show you, right? But they're getting the knowledge that they didn't get from either parent, and they're gonna treat that as Bible, right? Yeah, I'm gonna improve myself. Yeah, I'm gonna go work harder. Yeah, I'm gonna work 80 plus hours a week, right? I'm gonna drive myself in the ground because I gotta grind because I want a Bugatti like Andrew Tate. So a lot of young men fall into that self-help trap. That's the first edge of the blade. Okay. Now, here's where self-help gets really fucking deviant. And this is where, like, I don't even think self-help is really all that good. And you'll find, if you guys start to do some research, you start to find that self-help actually really doesn't have, I mean, there's some good stuff in there, but it's not something that's like you absolutely need in your life to be successful. Okay, so this is the dark side of self-help. Okay, because the dark side comes in when it comes down to the accountability piece. Okay, the accountability piece, right? Because self-help, it teaches you that you got to be self-reliant, you got to be self-determined, you got to all that stuff, you got to persevere, you got to push. You are it. You are the master of your own universe. You are the main character. You are Frodo or whatever the fuck, right? Yeah, that's who you are. You got to take that ring, okay? You got to dump it in the goddamn lava, okay? That's your mission in life, okay? You got to persevere. That's what self-help gives you, that illusion, okay? And the thing is, part of that also, it tells you that you can't depend on people. It tells you that people aren't trustworthy. It tells you all these realistic shit that does happen out there, right? But when it comes to failing, this is where self-help becomes very disingenuous. This is where it becomes very disingenuous, and it becomes that way with the people who it comes with the people who what do you call it, who teach this stuff, right? So with the Manosphere space, with the red pill space, what ends up happening is they use that self-help. So in a way of, when you get into their programs where they're utilizing all this stuff, saying this is what you got to do, this is what you got to use to improve, right? There's a YouTuber named Mike Winnett. Let me know if you guys have heard of Mike Winnett in the chat. I'm going to pull him up. He does these entrepreneur bingos. You guys ever seen that? I'm going to pull up one of the episodes. We're going to pull that up because there's a lot of shit we got to cover here. All right. He does those entrepreneurship bingos. Mike Winnett, I think, is what it is. Let me pull it up. No, shut up, Gabe. Mike Winnett. Let me know if you guys have heard of Mike Winnett, the entrepreneur. Okay, because he does these things called the entrepreneurship bingo. And the reason why I love it, because he doesn't, it's not just about the red pills, because he doesn't even focus on the red pill space. These charlatans, okay, I'm telling you, the blueprint is not just for these red pillars. A lot of the red pillars are actually utilizing the marketing blueprint from these entrepreneurs. And by entrepreneurs, I mean the guys like what do you call it? What's his name? Who's that here in my Bugatti or here in my garage guy? Ty Lopez, right? You see the Ty Lopez marketing effect throughout the red pill. Okay, it wasn't until Ty Lopez popularized that style of marketing, like way back in the day, right? Now you see a bunch of entrepreneurs replicating the same thing. It's infected the red pill space now. You see a lot of red pillars basically marketing the exact same way. So this YouTuber named Mike Winnett, let me pull this up real quick. He does these entrepreneurship bingos, okay? And he basically, what he does is he goes in and reviews the what do you call it, the courses of a lot of these gurus. All right, a lot of these gurus, some of them you can recognize, like the Tony Robbins of the world, right? Right? He does it, right? Even the guys like Jake Paul, they all have courses. Guys, this is what they do. They all have the same formula, right? He's done one on Andrew Tate Hustler University. We could actually watch that one, right? But actually, let's go ahead and watch this one real quick. Let's since we're talking about Andrew Tate, why don't you
the Matrix is real?
Watch Andrew Tate real quick and see what he thinks about that, okay?
And you are watching this video, I am Morpheus. I feel like, you know what I need?
What you need?
Let me know if y'all can hear the audio too.
The screen.
Whoa! Hustlers University 2.0. What was wrong with the first Hustlers University? It must have been shit.
Hold on tight. We're about to get rich. Right here, Hustlers University.
Hustlers University. Let's go.
Welcome to Entrepreneur Bingo. The premise is simple. We watch your favorite entrepreneur sales pitch or seminar and see how many of the entrepreneur formula tactics they use during the talk. If you want to play along at home, don't forget to download your bingo cards
to stop it right here because this video is actually. Can y'all hear the sound now? I'm sorry, I knew the audio was kind of weird. You can hear the. Let me know if y'all can hear the sound now. Can you hear it now, Glass Eyes? Hold up. Let me. All right, let me play that. Let me play that bit just one more time. Let me know if y'all can
Got
hear
the
it.
king of toxic masculinity, Andrew Cobra Tate III. Let's get into it.
I've been flexing on the broke boys.
My name's Andrew Tate. I'm a 4-time kickboxing world champion, multimillionaire, extremely humble, nice guy. Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch.
Let me know now. Put it on the chat right now.
Bottom to the top.
I will not have sons who are too busy buying NFTs. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal Kombat.
Go with the coke boys. I made money trying to choke boys.
And terrorists roll through with AKs, and the person next to you has their brains blown out. I'm going to be like, bang, oh, seen that before. Okay, boom, boom, duck and dive in, take one terrorist out. Next, get the AK, go Rambo, take out all of fucking Pakistan with the Jeep.
Time champ, you don't want to get smacked up.
The Hustlers University, this is a fantastic day, hence the dramatic music. I'm playing some dramatic music for us all because this is a dramatic day.
I'm in the top 0.01% of what? Let's just move that out of the way, shall we?
Everything you know about money is a lie, and that's what Hustle University is here to do. It's here to educate you about the truths of money.
Yeah.
I gotta pause it right here because all of this is perfect to exactly the cult mentality I'm explaining. Y'all remember what I was just saying earlier, how the hook, line, and sinker, the window shopping to the things that they'll tell you with the conspiracies to try to hook you in, all the way to the underlying basis of what they're really trying to get you to go into, which is they're trying to get you to basically realize the void that you feel as though that you're missing as a young man, to go ahead and buy into the program. So the reason why this is so perfect, if you analyze the whole intro that Mike Winnett put for Andrew Tate, right? How like the back and forth of the boisterous style, right? The money, right? Clearly he travels. When you see all that image, you see a guy who just says the craziest shit unfiltered, right? A guy who's successful, who's got money and things. These are stuff that a lot of young men they would find attractive. So if they were window shopping and they saw something like this, they'd be like, oh, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, what does this guy got to say, right? So I just find it interesting because you are seeing the fishing lures. You're seeing the hook right in that video, right? So now that we're in the course that Mike Winnett is going to go over, because this course is to determine if this is a fraudulent course or if it's legitimate, if it's going to help people, right? So this is a perfect example. As he dives into it, watch what this guy says in the Hustler University's opening template, right? You notice how he was saying what you guys knew about money is a lie. 99.9% of what you guys knew about money is a lie. What did I say earlier? A lot of cult members / cult leaders, okay, what they try to do is to get you to make you feel as though they have all the answers, okay? To say something like 99.9% of things you've known about money is a lie, that's such just a statement that what is it? You've made such a statement that like what is you think people can't like, see? The thing is, it's such a statement that goes on challenged for some of these people that the young people that follow it, they don't question that. They're gonna be like, okay, well, I guess this guy's saying 99.9% of things about money I know about is wrong. So let me go ahead and listen further because he seems as though he has all the answers. Okay, so watch the cult patterns, and this is how they rope a lot of young men in. And as you're watching this isn't just Andrew Tate. Everyone else has this. Okay, Sneeko right now, doesn't Sneeko have a program? I think he's got a program now he's ready to sell. He's got a book he's ready to sell. This is what they do. They sell you on false truth. Okay, but let's continue.
The things I'm going to teach you today are life-changing.
Okay.
Who am I? My name is Andrew Tate. I'm a formal council estate child from a single mother household. I am not from money. My father was a professional chess player. Can you name a professional chess player?
Nigel Short?
You can't.
Oh, I did name one.
I've learned everything about making money from the bottom up. I've started at the bottom. I started lower than you. If you're watching this, I guarantee I started lower than you, and now I'm getting to the tip top.
This is the shittest bullshit backstory I've ever heard. It's literally the same thing said 100 times.
Right.
Everything I teach.
The backstory, okay? Think about how many red pill people you know have a bullshit backstory. Hey, the last stream, I could tell you a bullshit backstory that we uncovered. Okay, I could tell you a bullshit backstory we uncovered the last video. Okay, if you guys want to talk about that, okay, there are a lot of people in this space that come up with bullshit backstories. Okay, now listen, what is the point of a bullshit backstory? The point of the bullshit backstory is to make it seem like that the area that they're coming from before they met you was lower, to give you an impression that you, looking at them go from rags to riches, can one day do it yourself. Okay, not realizing that is not the case, because that's all part of the conditioning. Okay, the conditioning to sell you on the illusion that you can have that life. So what do these guys do? They result to making bullshit backstories, okay, to make their life seem worse than what it really is. Okay, in Marquette's case, okay, he dropped out of high school at 16. At the age of 16, my boy dropped out of high school, became a pimp. After he was done being a pimp, got on to Johns Hopkins University and UC Berkeley, got 2 degrees, okay, and then went off to start a tech firm in China, okay? Everything's possible when you're a bullshitter on YouTube, right? But a lot of these dudes have the bullshit backstory, okay? Andrew Tate's backstory, I wouldn't say it's bullshit like with the shit that he says, but what he said here definitely sounds like a lot of bullshit. But Fresh and Fit, Fresh Prince CEO, his backstory, he was married to a single mom. That's his relatable story. His relatable story is he lived like a prince in Barbados, fucking a bunch of women, and then when he came to America, he married the first single mom he met. Make it make sense. How do you go from being a prince of Barbados, banging all these broads, right? Because you're an island boy, right? You got all the tourist girls coming in. So how you go from that to United States? All of a sudden, you magically settle down with a single mama, and you don't know how you got out of that situation. Oh, on top of that, you got $1,000 lay count, right? I mean, you see these bullshit backstories created, and they're created to sound relatable because they have to bring themselves down to your level. Okay. Now, in case of Lord Marquardt, at least I would give him credit, because at least with Lord Marquardt, he's so dumb he doesn't even want to sound relatable to you, right? This nigga has actually never been bullied.
Being made fun of, and the reason is because when I was young, no one ever made fun of me. No one ever fucked with me. No one ever looked at me like, yeah, we want to bully that guy. We want to fuck with that. That never happened.
So yeah, he doesn't even try. He does not try to be relatable at all. But it's the other charismatic things that he does that gets other people roped in. Like the fake 100 millionaire and all that shit like that, right? Each and every one of these red pill bozos has to have a backstory. So guys, as I'm laying this blueprint down for you guys, and you want to go ahead and start your own business to start learning a bunch of unsuspecting young men, okay, here's how you do it. Create a bullshit backstory. Matter of fact, with that backstory, create a brand new character, a character that isn't afraid to say whatever it is you want to say. And it's easy to do it because you're on YouTube. So there's no consequences. You go out here and sound like Andrew Tate for, for however long you want to be on YouTube to get that little crowd. Okay. And then what you got to do is participate in the Alex Jones syndrome by speaking a little bit of conspiracy truths, but then filling it in whatever agenda that you want to fill it in with, right? And then once you have your audience of people who are vibing with what you're saying and they're feeling your larger-than-life personality that you've thrown on YouTube now, right? Because they bought into you pretending that you got money, you pretending to whatever it is that you created for that particular character on YouTube, they bought hook, line, and sinker. So now you have to figure out the next step as to how to keep them recurring in your program, right? Contributing to the cause. So you either develop a course, you develop a book, you develop a program, something to get them a little bit more invested than what they are while still spewing the bullshit you're spewing. You see how this shit's starting to sound a little familiar? So when you have people who are outside the matrix like us, who are coming in and saying, yo, this is how this shit works. This is what each and every one of these guys are doing. And this is what you guys should be careful of. Not saying that they're all bad, just saying be careful. This is how it works. I digress. Let's continue.
Being made fun of, and the reason is because when I was young, no one ever made fun of me. No one ever fucked with me. No one ever looked at me like, yeah, we want to bully that guy. We want to fuck with that guy. That never happened.
And this webinar applies to all of you.
Hey, I know what you're thinking. What does YouTube need more of? Adverts. Thanks to the guys at 4 Marketing for sponsoring this video.
Not bravado.
Oh, multi-millionaire. It's Andrew standing by some cars again.
I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm not trying to show off. Here you have me on my plane, a private jet, me next to the Rolex store with my 720S McLaren.
Next to the Rolex store.
I have 17 supercars. If I asked you to save 300,000 euro, about $350,000, how long would it take you? Most of you have been living your whole lives. You don't have that in savings. I have spent that on a car 17 times.
What? What?
I'm buying cars at a whim. You've never had that much money saved in your life a single time once.
I feel pretty bad about myself. Does anyone else feel a bit bad about themselves?
My money is fast moving. Your money is slow moving. And fast money makes more money. I take all of my money and I use it as a tool. I blast it to more cash. We're going to talk about this later on. I became a millionaire in 2 short years, my first million. And I turned that into 30 million 5 years later.
He's been talking for 35 minutes and he said nothing yet, really.
More credentials, more information about me is online. Once again, guys, I'm trying to establish authority.
He's been telling you the tactics. Establish authority.
You are inside.
Y'all see how this shit works? Like, this is why I love entrepreneurship bingo. Okay, because he's got it. You got to establish some kind of authority. Okay, and the authority that these guys use to establish, this is the most common authority establishment that these guys use. It's money. It's money. They do it with the Lambos, with the cars. They do it with the expensive apartments, right? They do it with the travel. They do it all these habits that mimic wealth, that mimic what rich people do. I mean, in reality, it's really not what rich people do, but a lot of young men don't know that. They're not really hip to that. They don't really understand that. So what they look at the authority figure as, well, this guy has a successful podcast. He has hot women. He has a Bugatti, right? They got a Urus. Mr. Organics has an apartment that he's paying 15 bands a month for, okay? Right? They all have that same authority piece, okay? And when the young guys see it, they do it, and the authority piece can be whatever is the most pressing to that young man, all right? Because each young man has a different motivation for why they're in the why they come into this space. Some of them is money, for the rest of them is women, for others is purpose, okay? And it's actually, to even break it down further, the people who come to the Manosphere space for purpose, I'm actually not really as, you know, I don't want to be as hard on, because those guys are truly misguided. And I mean purpose by, like, you know, what you want to do in terms of like future goals and things like that. But for those of y'all, you coming in just to make money quick, like the crypto bros, or you trying to come here just to get women or slay chicks and all that stuff like that, there are other things that this is the trap. This is the setup right here, okay? So they set you up with those authority triggers, right? Whether you see them on a podcast with shit ton of women, or you see them driving around with Bugattis. That's the authority. And when they see that, that's what gets people to basically lock in to their ideas.
Of a matrix.
I'm in the Matrix.
And I'm here to wake you up.
Thank you, Morpheus.
You're a cow. You're a farm animal. Society is the farm, and the ruling elite are the farmers. I was born to be a cow. Most of us were. But today I understand how the farmers stick. Today I'm a farmer. I understand now what's happening.
You're just trying to milk us for that sweet, sweet entrepreneur money.
The difference between you and me is I have money.
I've got hair.
You must get rich quickly.
Get rich quick.
You don't have time. You need to get rich now. They're going to force you to take injections, force you to have pieces of paper you don't want to keep your job. They're going to keep you destitute on purpose.
Jesus, man. I feel quite bad about myself. We're in the Matrix. We're cows being milked.
You're already working harder than the rich people. How can the African woman who carries water on her head under the desert sun?
Tell you what, the sun's bouncing off your head there.
The sun is behind me. I look like an angel. Perhaps I was sent from the Lord above to educate you all. More dramatic music for all of you who took the red pill. For all of you who are here on the quest for financial freedom. Don't you see? There's a little club, and you're not in it. You're inside the matrix. They're outside the matrix. And the only reason they can be so lazy and be outside the matrix is because you work so hard inside the matrix. I've created a community which is designed to resist slavery. It's called Manosphere University. I'm
done. What hold on. Andrew Tate, bro. That nigga cracked me the fuck up. Hey, Mr. Everything, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. He said, again, guys, the reason why Marquardt started pimping. Hey, listen. All I know is I saw that one picture with him and Gabe. Hold up, let me. Y'all see that one? Hold up, I'm gonna show you that picture I was talking about. There was that picture with him and Gabe that told me all I needed to know. That picture with him, and let me pull this shit up for y'all real quick. This picture right here. This is we got it from we got a little excerpt from his pimping days. Okay, we'll just put it at that. Hold up, where is that? All right, let me share this with y'all. Hold up. Is that it right here? Oh, no, I got to go further down. Yeah, this one right here. When I saw this, I was just like, yo, Marquardt, what's happening, brother? What's happening, Big Pimpin'? Big Pimpin', what's up? What's this? What's this, big boy? What we doing over here? Huh? What's this? What's this, bro? Like, I don't know. This is kind of sus to me. I was looking at this. I'm like, I don't know, dog. This again, this is Gabe from Fletch App. This is Lord Marquardt. Obviously, you can't recognize him because he still has his hairline. But he looks Gabe looks a lot more focused on the mission than Lord Marquardt in this photo. That's all. That's all I got to say to that. But going back to it though, because like this cult shit is getting this gold shit is getting crazy, bro. Are you guys seeing the patterns though? Are you seeing how that shit unfolds? You're seeing the window shopping. You're seeing how like they utilize certain things to hook and rope you in, and also kind of keep you in the dark at the same time, right? So that way you feel as though that you almost need them for more answers, right? You almost need them to kind of get by. You need them to, get to the next step. No different than someone who needs a freaking like people who join cults, right? When you talk about anyone in the chat, put a 1 if you had someone, a family member or a friend join a cult, right? Or ever been part of a cult. If you yourself has been in a cult, put that in the chat. Let everybody else know, right? What was that like? Right? Especially when you get inside of it with the group mentality and the group atmosphere that surrounds you, right? Because when you get into it, you run into a huge sea of echo chambers. Everyone who has to toe the line, right? And you got a guy like Andrew Tate who's telling you, well, I'm outside of the matrix. I want to get you guys outside the matrix too. Not realizing that once you buy into this program, you're sucked into a new matrix. Right, this is what Destiny was talking about when he debated Sneeko. When Sneeko was talking about, well, you're just trying to listen to what the government is saying. You're always listening to the government, right? No. That's not what he was trying to say. When Destiny says, if you don't believe the government because you think they're trying to control you, you're just a puppet for the other side, right? And Sneeko, for the life of him, could not understand what Destiny meant by that, right? He couldn't understand. It was too much for his 22-year-old brain to comprehend what Destiny was trying to convey, right? He's saying that if you're blindly following something simply because you think you're going against another side of it, right? Without doing your own due diligence and your own research to come to that conclusion, you are just falling victim to another matrix. You're just falling victim to the other side. You see what I'm saying? So that's the exact same program. So Sneeko couldn't understand that. A lot of young men don't understand that either. They don't realize that, yo, my boy, this guy's telling you he has all the answers, and he's telling you you're stuck in the matrix with the 9 to 5, right? You guys are always going to fail. None of you guys are going to be successful. None of you guys are going to drive a Bugatti. All you guys are shit losers, right? Yeah, that's true for the most part. But what's also not true, because this is what he's not telling you, he's making it seem that if you go through his program, you're going to be more successful. What the real truth is, you're not. And chances are the stats actually, it goes against you. It actually goes into Andrew Tate's favor, because the guarantee is if you go in and sign up for the program, you paying him. He's making money. You're not making shit. I mean, you may make shit if you're cash rich or, whatever, poor, But that's just basically how the cookie crumbles, right? The majority of the wealth goes there. Now, if you got gumpture, if you got tenacity, if you got determination, right, and you're going to do it regardless of which, then you might be successful, but that's not everyone that's going to be in his group. Andrew Tate knows that. Matter of fact, a lot of red pill guys know that. If we go back to the red pill dating situation, right? If you go back to the red pill dating situation, when you talk about guys like Myron and Fresh, because we'll use them as examples because they have the top podcasts in the space right now. If you look at them, right? Fresh Prince CEO was caught on video a long time ago, basically admitting that majority of his audience members were simp. They were all simps. He admitted that, right? Matter of fact, when him and the roommates did a podcast, y'all remember that when the roommates were on their podcast and Fresh accidentally was telling the story of how this one dude that would always super chat a girl in his on their live stream, right? He would always show up religiously to super chat her. And he would always make fun of her and talk shit about her and whatever the fuck it is, right? And he would be dropping money, like big money. Fresh was saying this. He was saying this, bro, right? And one day he didn't, right? And they were trying to figure out where the dude went, right? And then what they ended up finding out is the dude ended up flying the chick out. The chick on their show. He flew her out. The same chick he was bad-mouthing, trashing, calling all kinds of whack, right? He flew out, spent time with her, and still didn't get none. And you want to tell me this isn't a sickness? You want to tell me that these guys don't understand that they're exploiting some underlying issue that men are facing right now? You don't think that they're doing that? For someone like Fresh to be mentally aware of what they're doing, especially the way they present their show, to be aware of that, while also perpetuating the same behavior and then pretending that they're peddling an antidote. I mean, if you really thought logically, and these are people who are really outside of this stuff, you see all this stuff put together, and you're like, well, then none of this stuff makes sense, because now you're claiming to be everything, but that's not true because we see what it really is, right? But the difference is when you get caught up in the emotional wave, you're not seeing all that. You're not seeing all that. And by the way, the shit that Andrew Tate was just talking about, like the 99% of people not going to make it, I know all the stuff about money and you guys don't, when you're rich, you be going to an exclusive club, all these, different, authority building things that he's trying to portray out there, right? This is all part of the pitch. This is all part of the gimmick. Y'all need to understand that. Every single one of them, they do this kind of thing, okay? They want to get you sucked in based on a void that you're feeling. So, listen. Are there other ways to get to where you need to get to? Yeah. There are other ways. There are different life paths to get to where you need to get to. All right. And a lot of young men, if you guys are seeing this, you may see us doing this video and saying, okay, you guys are comparing red pill guys to cultists. Duke, that's not fair. Okay, because I just see him as trying to help. I just see him as trying to do all these different things. Don't need to try to put him down. It's not me saying that. It's just saying that when you look at the overall picture at exactly what is going down, how is this like? I'm talking about you analyze the picture in your life, like your life since you started watching these people and following these people. How much has it changed you? Because change is something very interesting. With change, you move on from what you used to do before, right? But the reason why I know a lot of it doesn't change you for the better is because a lot of y'all are still stuck in the space listening to the same bullshit for years. It stopped being something that helps you guys grow, but the message that they're pushing in keeps you guys stuck. It keeps you stuck. It keeps you paying. It keeps you buying because they have to keep you in. They have to retain you. You're a business. Does that make sense? You've become a business. You've become a source of income for a lot of these guys, right? When Andrew Tate, I mean, I'm not doubting that you're a millionaire. I'm not saying you're not a millionaire, Andrew Tate. I'm just saying when they ask you specifically on that show, right? It was Dave Portnoy's show. They asked you on Dave Portnoy straight up what your net worth was, and you did every magical trick in the book to avoid that, right? Just like you did when you were avoiding Hassan when he was giving you that work on the stream, right? We saw that. I have never seen you sweat at all since that stream, and they asked you about your real net worth on a real podcast, right? When they did that, you were squirming, right? All of a sudden, money was whatever, right? Oh, my company's everything is worth. So my thing is, if you, I'm sure if we dig beneath the surface with guys like Andrew Tate, I'm not saying he's not rich. Again, I'm not saying this. But if we dig beneath the surface, right, a lot of what I just said earlier would come through. You would notice that he probably exaggerates his wealth a lot, right? We know for a fact Lord Marquardt does it. For a fact, he's not worth $100 million. Andrew Tate, I can see Andrew Tate being worth $100 million, right? Maybe 300 million. He's saying, I don't believe 300 million, maybe 100 million, right? And listen, if it's hard for you to put up 10 mil for a fight, okay, I don't know, Andrew Tate. You probably don't got more than 300 million. I'm just saying. But listen, we know Lord Marquardt not worth $100 million. We know that, right? But a lot of these guys exaggerate their wealth. So if you look beneath the surface with guys like Andrew Tate and things like that, they exaggerate their wealth. And another thing you guys got to understand about the archetype of these folks is what they do before they come into this space. Because a lot of cult leaders, a lot of them have shady past. You got to understand that. A lot of them have shady past. They come from shady backgrounds. Either some of them were ex-carnies, right, and they found Jesus. Some of them were former gang members, right? They saw the light. There's always some kind of sketchy past that they've had. Some of them were probably scammers, right? And we see this all the time. The one person you see this with the most is a Turtle Boy over here. Okay, one great, nice, shining example is Turtle Boy over here. Bandman Kevo, right? So he's one of the examples, because I would say he's not really red pill, but he's more aligned. The reason why he's dangerous, because he is roping in a bunch of African American men. Him, Mr. Organics, even Lord Marquardt, they do these things where, like, you know, if you're black, you can't really criticize them, even though that the things that they put out there actually hurts black people, right? So, for instance, this guy Bandman Kevo, if you look at him on YouTube right now, he's this YouTube sensation that he believes he is, right? That, you know, talks about having the secret sauce to making fast money, the secret sauce to maximizing your credit, the secret sauce to just about, you know, getting yourself on your way to wealth, right? He claims that. He claims that he has all the certifications. He claims that he has all the requirements handy to get you from where you are right now to a credit mastermind millionaire. The reason why I find this so awesome is because pocket watching with JT, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. It's been a long minute. Expose this clown, especially when he was talking about his little mortgage schemes, right? You get a mortgage, right? You take out a mortgage. Remember, he was saying that you take out a mortgage, but you don't tell the bank what you're really taking out the mortgage for, but then you use that initial mortgage loan to buy 3 other mortgage properties and then finance those. And that's how you can get 3 properties with 1 mortgage loan. Y'all remember when he was saying that, and then Pocket called him out on it? Yeah. That's the expertise this guy brings in. But the problem is, it's not the shady advice that he brings out, right? It's not the problem. The problem is, why is it that the average people can look at a shady advice like that and say, huh, that seems legitimate, right? Because if you look at the past of Bandman Kevo, right, you know that this guy's a scammer. Like, he's a legitimate scammer. Like, he is a known scammer. Matter of fact, he was busted. He went to prison, guys. He went to jail. He got out of jail for credit card scams. Okay, he would do stuff called check kiting, right? He would get people to deposit money that wasn't really there, and then to have them take the money out before the bank catches up with them, and then runs off with the money. He's even bragged on it on shows about how he owes people like 10 bands, and he even ran into one of the dudes he owed 10 bands for, and, you know, the dude didn't really do anything about it. But yet he's allowed to come on YouTube, not even really answer for that, but just turn a new leaf and all of a sudden be this credit genius mastermind that's going to help black folks with all their credit. With what certification, my nigga? With Scam Central, Scam University, and then you come on YouTube, right? I mean, even just talking about guys like Andrew Tate, even just talking about guys like Andrew Tate, right? When we talking about guys like Andrew Tate, their come up stories, right? He made millions. OnlyFans girls before OnlyFans was a thing, right? He had a webcam thing going on, right? And this webcam, it get a bunch of guys, right? They capitalized on the growing trend because Andrew Tate is like a better version of Sneeko. Okay, very wise and very more refined on the bullshit. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he saw this trend. He saw this trend of simps, and he's like, you know what would be a good business model? A good business model will be capitalizing on a bunch of girls, right? So he got a bunch of girls, some were his girlfriends, got him at his house, and they started talking to random dudes, right? The problem is these dudes are no different from the dudes who are struggling here today, right? They'll meet up with girls on the internet thinking these girls were actually interested in them for who they were or interested in them for dating, right? And they're just using these guys to get money. Even one of these guys on here gave his grant. He gave us 20,000 or 20,000 euro, 20,000 euro inheritance to a girl. That's how bad the simp syndrome is. Imagine one of y'all dudes giving a girl you don't know, who's not even typing on a keyboard, $20,000 of your mama's inheritance. Imagine the sickness, right? But this is average. This shows you the depths of where a lot of men are coming from in terms of pain, like in terms of struggling. A lot of guys are struggling with women to the point where they would do dumb shit like this. They will sell out their mama's kidneys, okay, if it's just to get a whiff of somebody's box. That's the state of manhood today. All right. And I suspect Andrew Tate knew this. I suspect Andrew Tate knew this at some point. So what did he do? He capitalized on it, and it grew to a multi-million-dollar industry, tricking a bunch of poor dudes that women are actually interested in them, but they're not. And then years later, once that trend starts to, really oversaturate, because now you have OnlyFans coming in, and now OnlyFans, you don't need to manage, the girls don't need you to manage their shit for them as a man anymore, okay? OnlyFans comes with a certain level of independence now. The girls don't need a pimp. They don't need Pimp Tate, okay? They need OnlyFans. OnlyFans is a new pimp daddy. Matter of fact, the CEO of OnlyFans made $500 million during the pandemic in 1 year. Think about that. Imagine in 1 year, can you even imagine a $500 million paycheck? Imagine that, a $500 million paycheck he made. That's how successful OnlyFans took off. So that's a big competition Andrew Tate can't fight. So what does he do? He goes to the red pill side of things. Now he's saying, oh, a bunch of y'all dudes, you guys are soft. A bunch of y'all dudes are spineless. A bunch of y'all dudes, y'all need help, okay? Now I have the antidote. After he was selling you the drug, the addictive drug, now he's coming in with the antidote, making even more money. This is all a scheme, people. This is all a scheme. We got to get into the mental side. So now we're starting to uncover how this shit works. Now you're starting to uncover how all this stuff is playing around. We've kind of talked about why all this stuff's happening, right? What can we do? Because that's a really important thing. That's a really important We out again. No, so my bad, y'all. Like my audio, conveniently goes out. Can y'all hear me now? I know it went out. It went out. My bad, y'all. I don't know what's going on with it. I gotta figure it out. Listen, I'm running this live stream through a different system. I have like 3 different systems here because I do certain things online and my computer setup has to be this way. So I don't know if the Rodecaster is running, if the feed's running right through this computer, because I got it up on that computer over there too. So if we're good, we're good. My bad, y'all. We'll work on it. As technology improves, we will work on it. What was I going? My point is, because we got to get to the important part. How can visit daily says you talking too much? That's part of the charm, baby. That's part of the charm of the whole show. Your boy. Listen. We could get we get chatty up in here, okay? We can get a little chatty, okay? Listen, throughout my life growing up, everybody told me I got the gift of gab, okay? For the longest time, I didn't know what the fuck that meant until now, okay? So you just got to get used to it, all right? Listen. We just talking. We just talking here, okay? And sometimes I do be talking too much. Sometimes I be saying a little too fucking much. Like, I mean, there was some things that I was saying that I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna have certain people knocking down my door trying to take things away, especially since I've had actual work experience in certain industries that keep things under wraps. So you just got to be careful. But anyways, here's the thing. We got to go back into what I was talking about. How can we get back our young men? Because we've identified the problem, and the problem is already well known. We already know that, all right? The problem is a bunch of young men are disenfranchised. We say that a lot. They lack money. They lack purpose. Majority of them, they lack women, right? So they come up here, they look at guys that seem like they have all the answers, and the thing is, they don't. Those guys who seem like they have all the answers are actually lying to them. They're fucking lying, right? Because the whole goal for them is to sell them a sob story, and they have a blueprint to do that so they can get themselves rich and wealthy. So for us to basically combat this, first things first, we got to have channels like this. That's first and foremost. We got to have channels like this, and we have to start bringing back a sense of pretty much just normalcy, based thought, right? Because if you notice, the internet has pretty much opened up, or I wouldn't even say opened up. It's closed the arena of dialogue. Okay, now most people, you're either extreme on one end or you have to be extreme on the other end, which doesn't make any sense. Because I've even had guys come in my chat saying, "Oh, well, if you don't believe in the right wing conservative stuff, then you're a liberal." Which is like, who in the fuck, who gave you that? Who put that idea in your fucking brain, right? If I don't believe, there's something called a middle ground. I don't agree with fucking liberals. Like, actually, by all standpoint, I'm more closer to like conservative leaning than liberal leaning. But just because I'm a little liberal on certain things, like when it comes to marijuana, I mean, you gotta legalize it ganja now. Come on, I'm not conservative to a point where I'm not gonna have a few smokes. Now, let's just be real, okay? That's not gonna happen. Or certain things like not having sex before marriage. I think that's bullshit. I think you should absolutely have sex before marriage. Certain things like that, right? You gotta be liberal. You gotta be flexible on certain things. But when it comes to family unit, when it comes to how to raise children, when it comes to finding and building a blueprint to be able to be successful in life, right? There's definitely serious conservative approach that can make you successful. That's why in conservative leaning states, right, they're more productive than liberal leaning states, right? Because it's a different cultural dynamic. You see what I'm saying? So we have this culture on the internet where a lot of people believe that if you're not on one side, you have to be on the other. We have to break that. That shit has to be broken. We have to let people know there's a fair ground. There's a middle ground of based people who are based thinking, right? We're not crazy like some of these idiots over here on the right talking about, if she's not giving you box, go to the other room and call another girl in front of her. That's not going to fly. Not going to fly long term. And that's going to get you on a Facebook page or a Snapchat group where they just clowning you, right? The girls do that. That's just what it is. It doesn't work. Okay, so we have to let guys know, especially when it comes to this dating thing, when it comes to meeting women, when it comes to becoming successful. I'm going to break all those points down right now. Let's start with when it comes to meeting women. Right, when it comes to meeting women, the red pill has a very staunch black and white approach to it. There's really not a whole lot of fair middle ground, and the reason why it's black and white, because it's easier for a lot of these young men who are coming in from an emotional standpoint to latch onto, because a lot of them are coming from breakups, a lot of them are coming from a situation where a woman has done them wrong in their eyes, right? So that's how that situation crumbles. So when they're coming in and they're dealing with the situation when they're laughing, what you mean? Because I do cocaine is one hell of a drug. I don't do that anymore. I don't. It was bad at one time, bro. Like when I first got out of college, like I started in sales. Like I started in sales before I even got into tech, right? So I was selling cars. I got in the car business a while, and I was making a shit ton of money selling cars. And here's the thing: you're a young guy. You got a family on the way, right? Because I just got my then wife at the time. She wasn't my wife at that point in time, but we were just messing around. But I got her knocked up, right? So I'm over here partying. I'm making money, right? Everybody else around you, they're partying, they're also making money, right? And they're also doing drugs. So what do you do in that situation? You partake of the fruit, right? So I was young, I didn't really, and it got addicting at times. It really got bad. But it's one of those things that you find a bottom and you grow from it, right? So you realize that if you find yourself just doing a bump and reading a book for no fucking reason, that's a problem. Like you shouldn't be bumping and reading a book. Like why? There's no occasion that you're doing it for. So then you have to recognize that you have a problem. And the first step to understanding that you have a problem is recognizing that honestly. And once I saw that, it's one of those things that you gotta cold turkey. And I'm a cold turkey kind of guy. If I feel like something is starting to control me more than I have dominion over it, I try to cut it off cold turkey. And the best way I did it was just not have it in the house. I don't fuck with. I stopped fucking around with the people that I knew had it, right? So it was one of those things where you make a real change. You make a real change, right? And some people out there, this is powerful because there are a lot of young men out there who can't do that, or they need help doing that on their own. Not need help doing it on their own. They need help doing that because they can't do it on their own, right? And there's certain energies out there, like for me, personality-wise, and I'm sure for other people too as well, you probably have the power to get back on your feet after certain things, right? And after you get back on your feet, you can laugh at it, right? But for a lot of young men, they're gonna need help coming out of it, which goes back into what I was saying earlier. A lot of these guys, we have to figure out how to make sure that, hey, listen, this black and white thing, when they're telling you when it comes to women, that's not how that really works. Okay. I understand that you ran into that one girl that, she did cheat on you, right? But the thing is, instead of you looking at it from the red pill lens and taking it from the teachings that they tell you, where it's, hey, this is the natural behavior of a woman, right? You come and you read a Rollo book, and Rollo's telling you, yeah, no, she cheated on you because of hypergamy, and you have to understand that. Although hypergamy sounds like it could be a thing, right? Realistically, that's not applicable to all women that you're going to run into your life. So just because that one girl did it to you does not mean that the next girl you run into is going to do that to you. But what you should understand is the lessons you take from that heartbreak or that situation that you went through. You have to apply that to the next situation in order to properly assess it and move on. Okay. But taking these rules about hypergamy and then using that as a reason, what that all that's going to do is give you a fucking narrow lens of how to looking at relationships and looking at women, because all you're going to see women as hypergamous sex objects, which goes against what your nature as a man really is, which is to eventually find someone that is going to match with you, someone that's going to vibe with you on a level beyond just sex and physical, right? You're going to want that for the long term, because as a male, which is part of which is one red pill ideology I agree with, you're biologically wired to procreate, right? So if you're biologically wired to procreate, why would you then listen to lessons designed to give you a narrow vision of what the possibilities of mating with the opposite sex may look like? Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to read a book or listen to teachings that pretty much goes against my biological imperative. You're telling me to do all this crazy things, right? According to your theories. But that's not reality, because if you look at reality doesn't match the women on your shows. Reality doesn't match the women that you've dealt with, right? And then you look into the guys that are teaching you and the women they've dealt with. Myron Gaines hasn't been in a long-term relationship. Sneeko is talking about women. He's the new kid on the block. He hasn't even been in a long-term relationship. Like multiple, he hasn't even been in like a serious, long-term committed relationship. A lot of these guys don't have that experience. So why are you letting a lot of guys who are inexperienced when it comes to this stuff, and you could tell in their messaging, tell you how to live your life, right? The same thing when it comes to money, because now we got to go into the money angle of this, right? When you go into the money angle, they try to tell you they sell you the window shop, right? They sell you the window shop. They tell you that a Bugatti, because they show it right in front of your face. That's why some of you weirdos coming to my chat talking about where's your Bugatti? Where's your Bugatti? Huh? Hold up. I'm triggered now. I'm triggered. Where's your? I'm sick and tired of y'all saying that. You talking about where my Bugatti at? Where's your Bugatti at? You be the first one to throw the first stone, and you're the one taking all the courses, and yet where's your Bugatti? I don't take a course. I didn't have to buy and listen to this nigga, but you did. So where's your Bugatti? You should be walking in this motherfucker loud and proud saying, hey, I just bought my Andrew Tate Hustler course 2.0, and I got my first Bugatti, and I'm proud to say that. Where's yours? But none of y'all managed to say that. Y'all just come in here talking about where your Bugatti at with nothing to show for it. None of y'all have nothing in the real world to show for it. Like, what the fuck? Versus a few sad super chats. You know what this is? You know what these guys have become? You know how simps pay OnlyFans chicks, right? Monthly premium subscriptions every month, right? To send them feet pics and whatever the fuck it is. Y'all are doing that to them. To the Rolos of the world. Y'all are doing that to the Myron Gaines of the world. Y'all are doing that to the Sneekos, the Tates of the world. That they're the OnlyFans models, and you guys are the simps. You guys you're paying them to keep doing what they're doing. So when it comes to the money aspect, they try to get you to think that having a Bugatti, having wads of cash, living this affluent, extravagant lifestyle is plausible. It's a thing that actually happens. They make you think it's so easy that you can just reach out and grab it. That's why America right now, we're especially with the advent of TikTok, we're everyone believes that it can have that Instagram 15 minutes of fame type bullshit, right? If you think about it, everybody thinks that they're some kind of superstar now. There was a quote where somebody said that, where like in the future everybody's gonna have their 15 minutes of fame. Can somebody tell me where that quote came from? Or is that a real quote? I swear I heard that somewhere. But it was a quote saying that in the future everybody's gonna have a 15 minutes or 15 seconds of fame, right? I'm pretty sure it's a real. I think it's a real quote. Y'all let me know that. But it almost seems like that's a reality now, right? Everyone is fishing for that 15-second Instagram influencer type of fame, right? If you notice, big media is actually pushing that influence lifestyle on young adults now. You see what I'm saying? They're creating that pressure for the young adults, right? The pressure for the young men, for them to think as though that they need the riches and wealth to feel as though that they're a man, or to feel as though they need that to attract a woman, right? All that pressure that they're building up, right? A lot of these guys don't see that. They don't. And all you're doing is adding pressure to a young 21-year-old man who otherwise doesn't even realize that they don't really even need that. As a man, you got to go pursue what makes you successful, what makes you fulfilled, okay? And sometimes, what these YouTubers aren't going to tell you, for a lot of dudes out there, having a job making $80,000 a year with a nice hometown girl that just, is a homebody, has a part-time jobs at a salon somewhere, but she's not doing too much, right? And you make the money, you come home, she works her job, you got the kids, maybe you got a picket fence. It is what it is. That's content for a lot of guys. For some guys, they're okay making $200,000 a year, and the guy has a business, wife works, right? Kids are in school, right? Or some of them don't even have kids. It doesn't matter. There's certain people who are going to be okay with certain situations, right? Even when it comes down to the type of women you end up being with. All right? A lot of times they'll tell you, well, you can't be with this kind of woman who has tattoos. You can't be with this kind of woman who has kids. You can't be with this kind of woman who looks a certain way. You can't be with this kind of woman who says a certain thing, right? When they give you all these rules, they're just limiting you on options that you could potentially miss out on. And I did tell you that because Donnie Boy, when he tells you not to date single moms, his girl he's doing skits with right now, she's a single mama. And I'm gonna tell you this: when he was running from the law after scamming his daddy, he scammed his daddy. When he was running from the law, she took care of his ass. She took care of the whole bills, right? But yet he's gonna come on YouTube, create the whole new character, acting like he's a womanizer. He's got a womanese course, right? That's how he ropes you in. He's got his own set of programs. They all have these type of programs, right? He's got his womanese course, right? He interprets what women really think. Bullshit, right? We see what you ended up with. It's my boy. It's not impressive. Okay, I'm just being real with you. It's just not impressive. Okay, Devon. Okay, she's a hell of a woman, very studious businesswoman, and it seems like she's running a lot of your marketing operations over there. But I'm gonna tell you, in terms of the hotness and all the game that you trying to sell all these young men, Donnie boy, she's not it. I'm gonna tell you that. But she's the exact type of woman he's going to tell you not to go for, but yet she somehow made his life way more successful than it is right now. If it wasn't for her, he probably wouldn't be as successful on YouTube as he is right now. Go ask Donnie Boy. He'll tell you. All right? So I'm just saying that a lot of times they give you these rules that prevent you from really knowing what's up. And when they're telling you that this is the path that you need to take to make quick, fast cash, and they're telling you that, we're on the money part, right? They're telling you all this stuff. It's not true, because it's just putting unnecessary pressures on young men. And if we're trying to get our young men back, we have to help them understand that you don't have to fall for these pressures. Because if you see what these guys are telling you from what it is, you see that they're trying to pressure you. That's what they're doing. They're trying to put you in a pressure cooker to get you to believe that this is what you need in order to get the outcome that you're desiring. They're basically putting pressure on you against yourself. Because you as a young man, you know that there's a void missing, but you don't really know what it is. But then you see these guys that seem like they have all the answers telling you what you need to do, and you feel pressured that you have to do this in order to be successful, but that's not true. The truth is, a man is happy with little. Men are happy with little. I remember before my apartment, because I got a kid and whatnot, so I got to make sure that I have certain, amenities, right? But if back with my single days, bro, I would have a couch and a TV. I don't even need a mattress. Fuck it. A mattress. Who the fuck needs a mattress? I'll be out and about all the time anyway, so what the fuck? A girl comes over, we got a couch, we set. All right, it's a futon too, so I can pull that bitch out, and now we got a movie. We got a lay-in movie, baby. A lot of, bro, guys can get away with less. Okay, matter of fact, it used to piss girls off that the guys they would be with would be happy with little, right? You see what I'm saying? So where did we get into the point where now we're a bunch of prima donnas, where now we got to worry about the type of car, the look, the aesthetics, all these fancy things that realistically leans more on the feminine side? We could talk about the red pill gay agenda, right? I'm starting to believe there might be a red pill gay agenda, because a lot of these motherfuckers coming into the space talking about all these, these things that are feminine that's supposed to help you be masculine, worrying about all the material things. Men didn't really used to care about material things. We leave that to people who are nesting, right? But all of a sudden, the new red pill, the new age red pill, got y'all caring about this stuff. Got y'all worrying about your fashion, worrying about your thought, worrying about everything. So you guys don't realize you're buying into the feminine agenda of the demasculation of a man. You guys don't realize that, right? These guys who have bought into the capitalist agenda are funneling you into that system, but they're hiding under the guise of manhood. Nigga, there are days where men used to be happy with less. Now we can't have that. Now we got to have the Bugatti. Now we got to have 6 figures, because we're listening to propaganda on YouTube of guys who haven't lived your life, but are living off of your life, telling you that these are things you need, but you don't need them. Y'all ever notice that? Y'all ever notice that? It seems like the further we get into the future, the more overcomplex, the more overcomplicating people try to make things out to be. It doesn't have to be this complex. I'm going to tell you right now, if she likes you, she'll like you. She don't care. Listen, before I even drove a nice car, I used to drive a Mazda where when your ceiling comes off, y'all know that, and there's that little stuff that falls off, the little chalky stuff. When you got the headliner, that you rip that off, right? That comes off, and little stuff falls off. That was my car. I still had girls. I still didn't have problems with women. I had a car. Like literally, bro. Like the ceiling will be falling off. I'd be like, hey, baby, let me get that off of you. Let me just watch. You got a little something. You got a little ceiling on you. That didn't matter. It didn't matter, bro. You see what I'm saying? But now we got into the red pill because we got a bunch of guys confused. They think they need more to impress a woman, not realizing that you're not doing that. You're not really helping yourself. You're not really doing yourself any favors. Realistically, if you want to get yourself as a man to a point where you're going to start being prosperous, you're going to start realizing that all these pressures that these guys are putting on you, you don't need it. The biggest thing that you need is realistic. You need to cut spending. That's, as a man, we're not supposed to be spending. Like, we're not supposed to be spending. Like, you need to cut spending. That's the first thing. First of all, the economy is not set for that right now. Okay? So these guys trying to get you to buy all this different stuff, cut it. Cut your spending. Cut your debts. Cut your debts. Okay? And don't tell me these guys are trying to get you to get out of debt, because especially when I'm finding out that some of y'all are taking out loans to even join up with some of the option programs that these guys are selling in the red pill courses. Some of y'all are taking out loans. Let me get this. You're taking out loans in the hopes of being rich because you're buying somebody else's course. You need to cut your spending as a man. You need to realize that minimum where was I? Yeah, we gotta figure out what is up with that sucker. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It might be. I think the setup might be overheated over there. I don't know. It doesn't seem hot. I checked it out over there. I mean, it's kind of hot over there, but it's not too hot, you know. But I don't know what's going on with that. But we might have to get a whole new unit. I mean, it's like $600 too, which is crazy. Like, it should be acting like that. So we might have to get another unit. But yeah. F your feelings says dude be taking out loans. As a young man, cut spending. But these guys aren't going to tell you that, because if you listen to Mr. Organics is telling you you need to basically buy this expensive my bookie program, or you need to go ahead and invest in this crypto program in order for you to get rich quick. He says that. They all promote that, right? If you're Lord Marquardt, you promote your assassin coins, right? Your assassin coins. These things are designed to entice you to believe that to get to their level, you can do it within a short span, within your short lifespan, right here, within your short 20s. You in your 20s can live the influencer lifestyle that big media is pushing on you right now. And if you guys don't realize it, the reason why big media is pushing all that bullshit on you right now is because they understand that the job opportunities for a lot of young men is slowly dwindling. They realize that, especially in the workforce. Young men aren't going to colleges or graduating at nearly the same rate women are. So fuck that. You're not, y'all getting out there. Most of y'all don't even have the skills to be in the actual workforce legitimately. So without getting skilled jobs, a lot of guys are just sitting out there. What's left? Well, you got to go to social media route, right? So they're convincing a lot of these guys with Instagram, Snapchat, a lot of these stuff that you guys can also live that influencer lifestyle. That's not the case. And they're also doing that with females. Females is OnlyFans is it for the girls. OnlyFans sells the illusion. It's the exact same thing. It sells the illusion of quick riches, fame, popularity if you just go ahead and buy into the program. Oh, OnlyFans and Red Pill are two sides of the same coin. I'm going to say that right now. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. OnlyFans and the Red Pill space are two sides of the same coin. One is for men. The other one is for women. Just look at it like that. Both of them indulge materialism. Both of them indulge basically debauchery, right? Because, I mean, the Red Pill, some of the messaging in there when it comes to women, you know, the haram and all that stuff like that, you know, having sex with multiple women, and, you know, not having Instagram, all that debaucherous, adulterous shit, that's Red Pill. The same thing you'll find at OnlyFans. Two sides of the same coin. Okay? One is just for women. Yeah, I think that box might be going out, so we might actually end up having to. My bad, I had to take a whiff. Y'all, I'm getting flustered already. But yeah, I don't know why that's taking. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me get some super chats in. But what do y'all think in the chat? What I'm saying so far? Are y'all picking up what I'm throwing down? Let me know if this is starting to make sense. OnlyFans and Red Pill messaging, Manosphere Red Pill messaging, have grown to be two sides of the same coin. And if you notice the trend, they're actually going to start going up together in trajectory. They'll start increasing, right, in popularity, because as more men get more disadvantaged out there, same thing with women, right? More women are going to dive into OnlyFans, right? And there're going to be a hell of a lot more simps out there, because women are not going to find valuable men on a dating market, vice versa, right? And then those men are basically going to be too awkward to even go out there and be trying to talk to women. So the easiest form of social interaction for those guys is OnlyFans, because they're paying for it. So they don't feel like they have to work on game. They don't really feel like they have to work on all that, you know, stuff that at least some of the good parts of the Red Pill teaches, right? They don't feel like they have to do that because they're paying you OnlyFans. So you can just, you know, do what I tell you to because I'm paying you. I'm paying for your companionship. I'm paying you for your friendship. That's going to be the rise. And you see how it's OnlyFans is booming with it's growing alongside with the rise of simps. You got to understand it. So these two things are two sides of the same coin. And as the Manosphere catches on, especially with the new age Red Pill messaging, you got to realize those two are going to bounce off of each other to create some industry that it's like a Frankenstein's monster. That's what it is. Like, we're going to have a future where you have nothing but simps and thoughts. Simps and thoughts all over the place. Simps and thoughts, and very few in the middle are dudes that are going to be lucky. That's it. Deborah Breen, thank you for the $2 super chat. Better for everyone. Guys, put $1 in the community gardens. I appreciate you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Laughing Man, shout out to you for the $5 super chat. He says, LOL, Sneeko reminds me of American Psycho, and that's why most of his video with no shirt first scary. Yeah, like what? Why does he do that? Like, what are you, a madman? Are you trying to, like, what are you trying to portray, bro? Are you trying to portray, like, why are you doing shirts? Why are you doing videos with your shirts off, right? Like, that's like me with imagine me with my buff ass, bro. Imagine one day I do a stream shirtless and y'all know how I get heated, bro. I'll be sweating. Imagine me just sweating, looking like the fucking light skin fucking what do you call it, Tyrese, like over here just talking about all these content creators, bro. It'd be super weird. And honestly, that'd be kind of sus, bro. No homo, bro. Like that'd be low-key kind of sus. Like I'd be low-key kind of questioning my motives, right? Like I wouldn't like willingly just want to listen. Like if I just got done working out and we about to do a live stream, oh absolutely, I'm gonna be in my workout tank top, and I've done that on the stream. But to be completely shirtless and then screaming, like what is this, Sneeko? Like what are you trying to tell us, Sneeko? Like what's what's behind the screens, bro? But yeah, bro, we gotta guys. We got to cut the spending. We got to make sure those pressures you're feeling, they're outside noise. It's all marketing. Okay. A lot of this stuff, it's all marketing. Nothing's wrong with that. I just want y'all to be aware of it as young men, because, I see a lot of y'all, without purpose marching and following this, the red pill take trend, and it's still going to grow. It's going to take off, but just know that it's not something that's going to work out for you in your actual life, your personal life, right? Don't get me wrong. There are aspects of the red pill that you should be aware of, but to be immersed in it as much as a lot of young people are getting immersed in it now, it's going to be detrimental. I'm telling you right now, girls are laughing at you. They are laughing at you, okay? You think you're winning with this over-the-top hyper-masculinity bullshit, you're losing. Trust me, bro, you're losing. The dudes that get the most box are the dudes that come off, that really just come off smooth and gentleman-like. That's really it. If you want to look at the guy in your circles that comes off smooth and gentleman-like, that's the guy that's banging. He doesn't have to be over the top macho. He's not beating his chest. Sometimes he's polite. Sometimes you'll even find that dude opening doors for the girl. Like you will see him doing like little shit like that. Do you know why? Because what that does is it subtly triggers the girls that they're dealing with. That's what their dads would normally do for them, right? Right? Your dad will open up your door for the little girl so your daughter can walk through, right? If you're going to sit down in your restaurant, your dad pulls out the chair so you can sit down, right? The red pill guys, they'll convince you that those actions are simping. They're not. Realistically, those actions, not only do they have a benefit in terms of dating if used correctly, but they also have a psychological weight to it, because a lot of women, you're taking them back to what they know, the last guy to treat them right without wanting something in return. You understand what I'm getting at? Because a lot of young women, y'all don't understand this. When they grow, right, they don't realize, and most dads don't tell them this, they don't realize that the only man that's ever going to love you without wanting anything in return is your father. But when you get out there in the world, most men, it's all conditional. Most women don't know that yet. They don't know that, right? So when they go out, they deal with fuckboys and they deal with all this shit, and they get jaded and whatever the fuck it is, right? And they come out thinking guys are all, whatever the fuck they got done dealing with, and they gonna start treating guys all certain ways. But realistically, the guys that are successful are the ones that do subtle things to remind them of something that they had before, that they can not really see in any other places. Laughing Man, shout out to you for being a new member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Like y'all are being clowned. Right? It's not y'all. Listen. Mike Chavot says good men are the prize. Yeah, they're the ones who end up winning. Listen, bro. Do you think someone like Myron is winning? Like, no, real talk. Like, this should be real. Do you think that guy would ever get in a relationship where he trusts someone genuinely? right? Some of y'all outside looking and say, well, yeah, he can get any bitch he wants. He fucks anybody. Yeah, sure. Any guy can do that. I won't say any guy can do that, but most guys can do that. They can have sex with girls that they're not romantically interested in. But I'm saying that do you picture a guy like Myron, okay, genuinely meeting up with a girl that can really like him for who he is, right? Like genuinely with this hard red pill stuff? The answer is no. I mean, it's not that he's not attractive. Listen, girls find Myron attractive. Like even the whole what do you call it? Y'all remember the Anna Quinn? Was it Anna? Is that her name? What's the girl name? The girl that he sent the Instagram people to, right? When he did that when we interviewed her, because we actually interviewed her, she said that she found him attractive. I mean, he was a tall Arabian looking guy, Middle Eastern guy, right? Is he Middle Eastern or is he? I think he's not Middle Eastern. Where's he from? Wait, my bad. Where's Myron from again? Somebody remind where he's an Arab dude. That's what. Where's he from? Just let me know where he's from. Put it in the chat so I can read it. Okay. She thought he was attractive, so he looked like. And if Myron would have played his cards right, and not AKA be a dick and was an actual gentleman, she would have probably let him smash, right? She would have let him smash. It is what it is, right? You guys don't realize this. He's failing. Like you watched Myron fail with his own examples on how he picks up girls. He fails countless times. Like if he's not leveraging his podcast, he's failing with it. Okay. Someone like him, it's going to be very difficult to find a long-term relationship with someone that genuinely cares about them, because someone like Myron, with his personality type and how he views women in the world, because of his refusal to heal, right? He's not going to trust them. He's not going to trust women that he's with. He's not going to trust anybody. And where there's no trust, there's no relationship. That's why someone like him can only be in he's actually never been in a relationship longer than a year. He said that on Flagrant 2, right? He hasn't been in a relationship longer than a year. You don't want to listen to that guy. You see what I'm saying? So there are a lot of these guys who are putting pressures on young men on how to live their life, how to get relationships, and those pressures don't really even have to be there. So again, as I just went, Sudan. Thank you, EM. He's from Glass Eyes, Sudan. Okay, he's from Sudan. Okay. All right, so that's definitely Africa, but that's not what most Africans will call African, right? I don't know if some of y'all who are Nigerian, some of y'all from Cameroon, Gambia, some of y'all would know. Hey, some of y'all Gambians would know. Y'all would know. But y'all know Sudan. They different kinds of Africans. I'm just same thing with South Africans. South Africans, they're different Africans. Like realistically, they're a different kind of we don't even know who them niggas are. Like I'm talking about compared to other African nations, like South Africans are just like there's some weird, like it's just weird. They're weird. They're a weird group of Africans. The same thing with Sudanese. I think they're a different type of African. But I digress, right? So like I think all these pressures on men, is something that you guys got to really, really realize that you don't need in your life. Okay, you don't need. I mean, you need pressures, but you don't need these unnecessarily materialistic pressures. Okay, as a guy, the basic rule. You got work to do. All right, how you gonna get that work done? It depends on how you're supposed to do it. Okay, there are people out there that you can rely on, but you also gotta be willing to seek that help. All right, as long as you can follow that, you'll be fine. You don't need to make 6 figures. Okay, you can be fine with 50. You can be fine with 80. Hell, you can be fine. You can fine with 30. I don't recommend making 30 because inflation will kill you. But realistically, it's all about figuring out your own path. And one other last piece of this that I want to get into, right, is the whole especially with the black side of things, creator wise, right, the whole use of hiding behind a certain racial I wouldn't say, I don't know if ambiguities is the right word, but let me break down what I'm trying to say, right? And when I say this, I'm saying I'm keeping in mind with a lot of these black content creators in the red pill space, the popular ones like the Sudan guy, Myron, right? The Barbados guy, Fresh, right? You got the Sneakos, right? He's not really black, but he's definitely cultured, right? He talks like, he's definitely cultured. So we'll leave him out of it. Andrew Tate, apparently he's black, so he's black. Right? A lot of these black, Donovan Sharp, he's the main one, and Saint the Sinner Lord Marquardt. Okay, these black content creators who get into these red pills spaces, right? Because when they get into it, you got to realize a lot of the issues that they parrot, it doesn't 100% reflect a whole lot of what African American males are going through when they're coming out of the household, right? What you tend to see it reflecting is a lot of the issues, a lot of I would say Caucasian males, white males, right, are facing, especially within the new age of post feminism, right? Which makes sense, because if you guys really think about when this whole feminism shit started, feminism, because obviously black women now are championing a lot of the feministic ideals, which aren't good for women, but feminism was started because it was a white woman issue. You realize that? Feminism was a white woman issue because, white women were tired of, being subjugated to their men, right? It wasn't the case when African Americans were here because they were both in the same boat, like men and women. Yeah, you have outliers where, some of the men, they'll put hands on their wives, and that's shit that happened all over the place, right? Generally, when women at that point in time didn't have any power. But realistically, if you think about it, feminism was a Caucasian issue. It was a white issue, right? It was a white women issue. Black women took it on, and it became a massive thing. And now it's run away to what it is right now. And now with this whole manosphere thing, realistically, black men, we've been fighting to get our empowerment, but don't get it twisted. A lot of black men in this country have been walking around with a sense of power, right? There's certain conditions out there that are telling people that, oh yeah, you don't have any power. They're there to convince you. But listen, we wouldn't have had a Black Wall Street under segregation if black men didn't have pride in their work, right? We wouldn't have built what we built, right? If black men didn't have pride in not only themselves, their families at that point in time, before the agenda kicked in to break everything apart, we had some level of pride. Even now, when we go through the bullshit that we go through, not only with, with the and y'all don't even fucking start with me, with the racial injustice. And you notice when we talk about that in the red pill space, a lot of people get angry because when we talk about these issues for black people, the greater majority of people don't like that. They don't like that, right? I've seen debates where was this on? I think it was Alex on Alex show. Some dude called in, and he was a black dude, which was surprising. This black dude was arguing about George Floyd and how the dude was not on his neck. And this is a black man who's bought the red pill hook, line, sinker, is sitting there saying that an officer did not put his knee on his neck on George Floyd, which we all saw that. Both right and left people thought we thought it was horrible, right? So we came together on that till the agenda broke us apart. But this black dude said he performed the stunt himself, meaning he got somebody to sit on his neck to see if he would pass out. Who the fuck does this shit? You a black man, you're seeing a white cop, clearly the knee on your neck. This was on Alex's channel, by the way. Alex from Playing with Fire. I don't know if y'all saw that stream. I watch his show sometimes. He's good stuff, has a lot of great content. Check him out. But realistically, bro, I was flabbergasted. But that's the mentality of a lot of red pill dudes, because they parrot a lot of the Caucasian males or straight white males is what the mass media will call it, talking points, right? So if we talk about feminism parroting the issues for women, straight white women in the household against the straight white men, this whole manosphere and the red pill awakening is the opposite, but just for young white males. That's why a lot of this stuff, if you really look at it, an overwhelming majority of people that graduate to this kind of messaging are young white, disenfranchised teenagers, and even guys in their 20s. Those are the stuff that are buying into it, right? And a lot of these black content creators in the red pill space that appeal to the greater manosphere space, they understand this, especially Lord Marquardt. He does this, right? By dissing black women. He builds on that self-hate. For a lot of black folks, they got the Uncle Ruckus syndrome, like the nigga on Alex show that I was just talking about earlier, right? Tricks them to disliking a woman that shares their own skin tone because of a past experience they've had with a woman that shared similar skin tone, right? And they overly criticize one type of woman while uplifting another type of woman, right? And then criticize one type of black person when they're trying to uplift another type of a culture. You see what I'm saying? So I find it very interesting. And when educated black folks call these same people out on their buffoonery, then they want to go ahead and hide behind the very same black folks that they're exploiting, which is crazy to me. And no one else points this out. And this is why I respect O'Shea Duke Jackson a lot, especially why he chooses, because he could have been so much bigger if he decides to step out of the black manosphere and into the greater space, because he I think he has the ability, especially with his editing quality and the amount of effort he puts into his videos, to really reach a wide base of people, right? If he wanted to. But O'Shea Duke Jackson tends to keep it within the black community, because I think O'Shea Duke Jackson understands what really goes on in a greater manosphere space, right? It's not saying that the struggles white men are facing right now is different from the struggles black men are facing. I'm not saying that. When it comes to women, most women are pretty similar in kind of how they, treat, men. So some certain things are similar. But when we talk about certain core issues, I think it's important for a lot of men to recognize exactly what the message and who it's for when these guys are saying it. Just saying. And I think I understand why O'Shea Duke Jackson sticks with the black manosphere a lot more than he does, even though he says he leaves and then he comes back and he leaves. So we don't know what's happening there. But I'm glad he at least has a massive influence within that, because you could tell he really tries to keep it within that whole situation, doesn't deviate, even to the point where he stays on code. You see what I'm saying? So I think there's a lot to be said there. But listen, man, a lot of these guys, they're parroting certain far right agendas that could end up being dangerous, man. And we would a stream where a lot of these ideas, man, they can cause these edgelords. Listen, there's a reason why these spree shooters share the similar characteristics. Okay, these master leaders. Okay, these young males from a certain racial origin. Okay, I'm not saying black folks don't do it too. There are instances of black folks doing it, right? But overwhelming majority of these guys who are more likely to act on those violence behavior come from a certain demographic of people. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm just saying. And those demographic of people, the thing they have in common is they feel disenfranchised, they feel emasculated, even downright to what we're seeing right now at large. So if we're gonna solve the issue of what's happening with young men, to solve the issue of what's going on with all these spree killings, right? We really gotta pay attention to a lot of the core stuff. Okay, so that's what I got. I'm done jabbering. This has been holy fuck 2 hours of jabbering. But let me know what y'all think. What are your thoughts? Let me go through the chat real quick, because y'all are having a conversation. Mike Cheverno says, I'm gonna drink with y'all right now too. I'm chilling. He says feminism and cancer. Yeah, feminism is cancer. It is. But what I'm starting to realize is red pills also starting to become what feminism is, which is cancer. So we gotta make it a conscious effort to be aware of what's happening. But I agree with you. It's cancerous. The idea is cancerous, right? It comes from a really, really selfish, not a whole lot of well thought out mentality, thinking, right? It's a very selfish way of looking at the world, if you really think about it. But we're starting to fall into that trap, and that's why we got to call it out, and we got to call bullshitters that are perpetuating the behavior. You see what I'm saying? AJ's from Lagos. Same here. He said, I've never understood why American blacks treat each other the way they do. That's a conversation we can have. I could tell you why. I could tell you why. And here's the thing: a lot of people, they would say you can't look at the generational trauma, but I think there's a reason why stuff like that exists. I think that, you know, when you're plucked out of your element, you're put in a different element, right? First of all, you're sold out by your brothers, and you're plucked from an element. Well, first of all, they weren't even your brothers, because if you really think about it, if we're gonna talk, Nigeria was we were very involved in the slave trade, especially the northern region of Nigeria. Because here's the thing: Nigeria was at the core of the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, and the reason why Nigeria was actually at the core of it is because Nigeria had a bunch of warring tribes. Okay, so you had the Yoruba tribe, the kingdom of help me understand, what is it, the Ido? Fuck, I'm tripping. What are you Yorubas, if you guys are watching? What do you guys call? What was your ancient kingdom called? You guys still have the you guys still practice the same religion too, as well, with the gods you worship. But then you had the Hausa, but the Hausa at that time was warring with Fulanis, right? And the Fulanis were like an ethnic group that spanned like sub-Saharan Africa. So like all across sub-Saharan Africa, there were different versions of like the Fulani groups, but like the parts that bordered the northern Nigeria, they would war with the local Hausa clans, and eventually they dominated the Hausa clans locally, right? And the people that were dominated from those warring factions were sold into slavery. Actually, they were actually being sold into slavery in such enormous numbers that, like, even the British, first of all, they saw an opportunity in that, and they kicked everything off. But it just they were fighting so much, it just became a fucking economy, right? And when they weren't warring with Hausa tribes, they were warring with Yoruba tribes. So a lot of Fulani people during the war was really responsible for a lot of African Americans who Africans who end up becoming slaves in America, right? And then when you talk about that self-help, yeah, you got that bitter, that sellout kind of mentality, and then you have what's called, you know, the generational part of it, right? You rip from your land through a war, you get placed onto a ship, you're on a country, and now you're enslaved, right? And then you have to watch where even as slaves, you're being put against each other, right? Back and forth. You got house slaves, you got field slaves, you got slaves being put against each other for certain things, being manipulated against each other, being used to hunt each other down, rat each other out, right? Fast forward, right? You got certain situations placed in the systems that prevent certain things from happening. Now, it's not saying that is it all the system's fault. I would say about a good portion of it, but I would say the other side of it is the willingness, the lack of willingness to kind of, like, I won't say let go. That's a bad word to use when it comes to that situation, because it's hard to let go of that. But to, like, see what is going on for what it is, like the whole situation, the disadvantage, the racial situation, and kind of just sidestep it and keep keep marching, right? And that's difficult, right? Because there's a lot, like I said, that power, that sense of we have to have this, like, this is ours, right? We have a right to this, which is well entitled. Is just it's a lot of conflicting things. I don't know if that makes sense. It's a lot of conflicting things, but a lot of things go into why African Americans are African Americans right now. But it's not all what, like, people are trying to tell you that it's black folks. It's black folks and system. It's two different things. Okay, so let's leave it at that. Quan Leonard said, Duke, you should break down more of the black manosphere versus the manosphere, because now you're hitting on something. Oh yeah, we could do that. We could do that. I think so. I think the black manosphere, I think the black manosphere, if you really think about it, because you think about it, there's been some problems, but it's not to the problems that a lot of the white manosphere has. Like, we don't have the same problems. Like, the only similarities, if you really think about it, that the white manosphere shares with the black manosphere is the similar patterns in which women behave. But in terms of financial wealth and, like, you know, doing things, they're different paths and avenues. We're not the same. At the end of the day, I think it's the lack of recognizing this is the problem, right? I mean, other ethnic groups have no problem doing that. Like, they can come here and say, hey, we're not you, we're not that, we ourselves, right? We're Asians, we'll build our own community. We're Jews, we'll build our own community, right? But realistically, we're the ones that just come up. We're the ones that come up here, and we're the ones that try to be for everybody. You notice that black folks are the only ones that are being used for everybody. Like, why is that always the case? Have we ever stopped to ask that? Feminism, they use black women for everybody, but we still, black women is still the lowest out of all the women. So you're telling me that out of all the female rights and shit, the white woman got it. The white Karen won. So the white Karen came out on top. So what do you think is going to happen at the end of this whole patriarchy, a nonsense movement that we're trying to do? You think it's going to be a well-represented black man sitting in front of you? No. Are you fucking kidding me? No. We got too many. Our values are different. Okay. The things that we share is the similar patterns that women behave. And the only reason why we share that is because black and white women live in the West, and the West culture is corrupting when it comes to, a female promiscuity. So that's the only thing. But like, the white manosphere realistically doesn't have a whole lot in common with the black manosphere. And that's why I'm like understanding why O'Shea Duke Jackson was so adamant about sticking with his own and sticking with black issues. Because if you really think about it, this red pill message, Andrew Tate's version, Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines' version, it's not for black people. They've even had shows where they talk about black women. It's not for black people. That's not your red pill awakening. That's for the white man. Let them have their little talks and feel, and let those guys like Lord Marquardt pander to the white guys. Okay, let them pander to the white guys. It's not your struggle. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm gonna tell you this. If you don't believe me, black folks are the only group of people that are used like a wet rag for everybody, and we can't figure out how to just do our own thing. Think about it. Everyone uses us, and then they don't give us what we're owed. Just saying. If you think I'm lying, just saying. That's why, like, the more I criticize this manosphere shit, bro, it's starting to make sense, because I'm like, why? Because I'm sitting there, if you follow some of these forums, especially some of these MGTOW forums, and you see how racist some of these dudes get, like especially when they talk about, listen, you can't even properly bring up black issues within the greater space of the manosphere without getting some kind of weird white dude from the MGTOW community triggered. And he's going to be in your comment section talking about George Floyd. George Floyd deserved it. There are people in that space. I don't think that. I know some, and I'm not saying all white people think. I'm not saying that. But there are certain elements within this space, the greater atmosphere of it, that supports that kind of racist behavior. And it's not for us. I'm just saying. Right. And then Lord Marquardt, so like him could say, oh, well, he's Nigerian. He's not even black. Nigga, I'm treated like a black man here. Listen, they're not going to sit there and look at me and say, oh, yep, that man right there, that dark-skinned man is a Nigerian. let's treat him differently. No, I'm a nigga. They'll treat me just like it. It don't matter. I have been profiled. So I've gone through those struggles. I understand that. I understand that we're not the same. Your problems and our problems are not the same. So I think we should start focusing more on the black manosphere versus the manosphere as a whole, because the one thing I'm starting to realize is the manosphere as a whole is very corrupted. It has gotten very corrupted, right? It's crazy. It's gotten out of hand. It's gotten influxed with a lot of people, and the overall sense of maturity that used to be there is gone. It is no longer there, and it's sad to see. But I like that idea, Quan Leonard. We'll start doing some more shows like that, man. I'm okay. Greg, grab your drinks, man. Like, relax. This is a chill session. Let's have an intellectual discussion. Laughing Man says, I call it Lilithism instead of feminism. Why? Can you explain that? Let everyone know why you call it that. KS says, oh, KS, it's been a minute. Welcome to the chat. KF says, sometimes a person can become what they hate. That's facts. That's yeah. That's a what's I'm trying to think of that quote, right? It's you can die to be a hero. Please, I'm gonna butcher this. You can die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Am I saying that right? I think I'm saying that right. That is the truest quote I've ever heard in the history of ever quotes. All right. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself turn into the villain. I think as we obsess over certain things, right? We start to transform ourselves into the very beings that we despise, right? So as we're chasing these material goods, y'all will start realizing you end up being a insufferable, vapid, materialistic douchebag like guys like Tate, right? When we've interviewed girls on this platform, we've talked to girls who've dated millionaires, high value men, right? These are the same kind of guys a lot of these red pill guys will tell you want to be, right? And what do these girls say? I don't know if some of you guys who are OG remember when we used to do those female conversations. We're gonna do that too again. We're bringing that back, by the way. We're gonna bring all that back. We're switching things up around here. We're gonna bring all that back. But remember what the girl says? They said that the rich dudes that they were dating were boring, empty, and all they thought was because they had money, that's literally all they needed. If you really think about it, that's what they said. And realistically, there's some truth to that, because when all you have in your tool chest is money, right? And you've worked so hard to get that, and that's all you have in your tool chest. When you finally get the girl, first of all, the girl's not going to be all that impressed because, okay, yeah, whatever, you got money, but like, what else is to you? Where's your personality, right? So a lot of these guys, on your pursuit to chase the wealth, to chase the bag, you lose out on character building. You lose out on building that character. So when you finally get there, you become someone that you don't even fucking recognize, right? When you follow guys like that, you turn into something you don't recognize. Good quote. I respect that, KS. Aze says, hold on, Aze, I'm gonna get back to that comment. Mike Chevino says Lilith is evil spirit of the Jezebel. Oh, okay. That is the Jezebel spirit's in full force. I think the Jezebel spirit is it's in OnlyFans. It's infected in the whole OnlyFans, the whole Kim Kardashian, even the whole like female rap scene that's out there right now, where all you just talk about box and fucking and sucking and doing all this weird shit, like it all just to entice men. Like, I mean, all of this is just to appeal to the lowest vibration, which is lust, right? Because all it is to appeal to a lot of men's lust, all right? And we know we have a rise in simps, and a lot of simps are gonna fall for the lust. So the spirit of Jezebel, man, it's out in full force. It's crazy. It's freaking crazy, man. I go back to Aza's quote. He says, Kevin Samuels had a lot of truth, but the way he treated women on his show pissed me off. I didn't like that. No, that's a fair criticism. That's fair. I gave him that same criticism too, right? I think that I understand why he did it, right? Part of why he did it was because of the shock factor, because again, within the red pill space, within the Manosphere space, there's going to be a group of men who are going to appreciate that really hard, I don't give a shit, fuck you in your face type of attitude, especially when it's directed at the opposite sex, if that makes sense, right? So the more they see you doing that, because a lot of men aren't really empowered in their personal lives to even want to do that in their real life, right? It's much easier for them to live through a guy like Kevin Samuels, to see him talk to a black woman the way they wish they could be talking to their wives right now. You notice that when Kevin Samuels' show was buzzing, it was on the move. There were guys, instead of actually having the actual conversation and saying what they need to say to their wives, they just have their wives watch Kevin Samuels. You have your wife watch another nigga to teach you how to teach her. Make it make sense. You notice that? So they turn on Kevin Samuels, because secretly he says what they wish he tells them off the way those men wish they could be telling their women off. But they don't have that personal power. They lack the empowerment. So Kevin Samuels empowers them, right? It's the same thing with all the other red pill guys. It's the same thing with the way you see Myron in the kick out cam. It's the same thing. It's what guys wish they would do if they were actually in that situation, but they can't. So they have to do it through Myron. They have to do it through Kevin Samuels, right? So when they see guys like that be as harsh as they can to women, it validates them in a certain way, because they're doing something, they're getting away with something that they wouldn't otherwise get away with. That's why they'll pay top dollar for that shit, right? But overall, the shit that Kevin Samuels said was factual. He just grew a lot faster because he was able to tie that in. And if you notice something, you notice how triggered the women would get, right? You notice how triggered the women get. Now, go back to the conversation I was having where I was telling y'all that a lot of men use that as a substitute for what they really want to say to their women, right? The emotional reaction women get from watching women being treated the way women are being treated on Kevin Samuels' show, it's almost the same as if Kevin Samuels was talking to them. You see what I'm saying? And some of those guys, they get a nice little joy out of it, right? Seeing their woman triggered or watching Kevin Samuels talk to another girl some kind of way. Y'all notice that? Yo, there's a whole lot of psychological undertone that's going on with a lot of these things that are happening. I'm not saying that Kevin Samuels did that shit on purpose. I'm not saying, well, I mean, I'm saying he did it on purpose, but there's an element to that that makes sense. I'm just saying that as a man, if you know there's something that you need to be getting through, and you know that you're supposed to be the leader, this is where you got to understand clear dialogue. Like, what is Kevin Samuels going to tell your wife that you as a man can't muster up the courage to tell her yourself, to have that conversation? You see what I'm saying? So it just shows you there's a lot of work that men, we got a lot of work to work on. But I agree with his messaging. The way he treated women, there were definitely ways you can get away with that. Not like we get away with that without having to be a dick, right? You can be straight up. You can listen. You can even catch women in logical traps. It's very easy to catch women in logical traps. It's not that hard. Everyone has done. Even women do this to women, right? It's very easy to catch them in logical traps to get the same reaction without having to result to just treating them some kind of way, right? For instance, if I ask a question that pins you in a logical trap because of a statement you made prior, and I caught you on that, right? If that puts you in a logical trap, that serves the same purpose, and I don't have to be a dick. I don't have to be mean. I've already gotten my point across. So yeah, I feel you on that. Oh shit, we got a super chat here. Brandon Simpson, shout out to you. Hold up, where did the super chat? Shout out to you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. He says, salute to the Duke. Good to see you still doing your thing. Hey, we pushing. No, we pushing. We pushing strong and we pushing hard, baby. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. This means a lot to me, man. It really does, man. We pushing hard through the audio issues and all that stuff. You know, it's crazy, but we out here. We trying to educate some men. Okay, we're trying to provide the other option. The real Sherrod Sutton Shorts. I like that. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He says they say that and continue to date men with money. No. You notice how like sometimes they'll date the guy with money and then leave him, right, for a broke dude. It is what it is. Women are that's just women, bro. That's just how it is, right? So here's the thing: it's not that women care about money; is that the guy has enough that can take care of serious situations, right? You don't have to be a millionaire. You just have to be enough to take care of serious situations. And you know what's interesting? Since we're just talking about Kevin Samuels, when Kevin Samuels was getting on the dudes, he was right. He was absolutely right. And he needs. I don't think he was ruthless enough. Y'all think I'm ruthless on y'all. Y'all think, oh, you're so mad on the boy. You're so hard on the boys, Duke. You're so mad on the boys, Duke. Like, why can't you men need help? Men need help. Why you so hard on the boys? And I'm letting y'all know, bro, like Kevin Samuels was hard on y'all. Y'all didn't start clapping on him till he was getting on the girls. But when he was hard, I didn't think he was hard enough. I said it because if you think about it, if you watch some of Kevin Samuels' old show, you would get dudes who were like, who were 22, no fucking job whatsoever, trying to land a fucking a 10. How you 22, Uber, barely a job, no career, you're thinking you're going to land a 10. That's not going to work. And then if you do, it's not your property, bruh. That's just how that works. I don't think he was hard enough because I think men are, first of all, I think we need more guys who are harder on men because we're getting a bunch of pussies being pumped out. Well, that's a reality. And not just pussies. I'm talking about entitled dicks, okay? Entitled dicks that think that they're entitled to a woman submissiveness just because they're a man. Some of y'all Y'all let the conditioning get y'all, right? The whole high value terminology, that conditioning got y'all. None of y'all are high value. Majority of y'all believe you're high value men, but you're not really. See, the conditioning got you believing that you're something that you're not. Then you start to project your unrealistic standards to women who are going to look at you like, nigga, you watching Kevin Samuels, but you still drive Uber. Why would I submit to you? So we as men, we got to understand something. Like, we control the shit. Let's just be real. Even at the end of the day, with this whole dating shit with the women, like, oh my God, yeah. At the end of the day, we get the last laugh as guys. Like, I mean, we should already know this is like an insider secret. Like, every guy should like know. I mean, there's no more barbershops at this point. I guess this would be a new age barbershop. But we nudge each other. We know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We win. At the end of the day, we win. We just got to learn how to play the cards, right? But the thing is, there are distractions all over the place to let you know, that to try to tell you that you don't have options, right? So, like, Sherrod, don't let these dudes convince you that that's the mentality a lot of women are on. Sometimes good enough is just fine. I'm going to tell you that right now. Sometimes good enough is just fine. That's it. You ain't got to have all the money in the world. If you can take her out on a date and make her feel like a princess, just one day, make her feel like something she's never felt before since she last lost her daddy. If you can just show her that, you got it. Less is more. I remember the girls I would date, bruh. Sometimes here's a crazy thing. The girls I would date where it'd just be to the crib, or it'd be something that'd be chill. We'll go on a walk, or maybe we do something like not where money, I don't have to spend money, right? We'll just do something that it's like open. We go. Sometimes I'd even fuck around. I'll be doing some crazy shit with I'm gonna spit some game at y'all, right? Here's some wild shit I be doing, right? I took this one girl I met on Tinder on a crazy ass date, and the date was to an open house. You know what it is? And we were playing this fucking game where I was pretending to be somebody else, and we just walked into an open house, pretending to be like a couple, and we were just looking at houses and shit for sale, right? It was wild. Ain't nobody ever did that shit before. It was a fucking open house down the street, and I was telling her I like to pretend to be people and just go in and like see what the fuck's up, see what's up with these houses that are being for sale. You see what I'm saying? Like a secret shop or a little spy thing. And you know what that does? That's, first of all, that's some weird new shit, builds excitement. It's like you're almost role playing and it's kinky. You see what I'm saying? So realistically, just doing simple shit like that, right? And then it doesn't have to be over the top. It doesn't have to be extravagant. But realistically, the one time you do something extravagant where you actually have to put a little bit of money involved, right? It doesn't have to be a whole lot, but that shit will mean the world to her. Because it's like, damn, this nigga, whoa, he's never done this before. He's calling up her best friend. Guess where he took me? He took me to Ruth Chris. Ruth Chris, girl. Damn. He ain't never done. My man ain't. Yeah. The problem is a lot of dudes fall for the shtick that they think that men need to be doing this high class, high purchasing shit. And even Kevin Samuels messaging and all these other red pill messaging, right, with the high fashion, high value type nonsense. I know they're saying that the money is not important, but they're putting that on display. Right? When they talk about money, it's almost always from a six-figure perspective, never from a minimalist perspective. Like securing a girl that likes you not only because you look good, but you are just enough, right? Because most girls will settle for just enough. And you just how to play that, how to introduce spice, how to introduce romance, how to introduce excitement and not be bored. Niggas with money are boring sometimes. Just be real. Because you work a lot for your money, so you're boring. What the fuck is it, right? So I'm just saying, don't get caught up in that. You don't have to be a millionaire. Make enough to where you're comfortable and maybe support one more. If you can make enough to support yourself and plus one, I think you'll be above. That'll make you above average for most dudes out here. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you got your own place, no roommates, here's the minimum to be successful women, right? You got your own place, no roommates, All right, it doesn't have to be a decent economy car, okay, and enough income to support yourself and plus one if you had to. If you had to, as a single guy, not saying you got to support someone, but if you had to. And the reason why I say if you had to, because if you got a girl over, you're talking to a girl, and she's around you, she can sense when somebody's when things look comfortable, right? When things look comfortable, when things look good, right? When a guy is in a good standing, they can tell that. They have a 6 or 7 instincts for that. I don't know what you call it, right? They can tell, right? But if you're out here, a girl can tell a broke nigga. That's for sure. She could tell if you're broke. Now that doesn't automatically put you out of the running, okay? Because some broke dudes win. I'm just saying that they can tell. So just be good enough. That's all I gotta say. That's my cue for today. Q from the Lou. That's a nice name. It says, hey, I really appreciate you spreading this message. CS, it's poisoning. CS, it is poisoning, especially young men. I am 41. And I know exactly what you're talking about. It's literally a market for Sims. Salute to you and support. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. It is. It's a big con, right? And you know, it's sad that a lot of people don't see this yet, but it is. We're getting into the largest market of simps that will ever exist in the history of existence. Like, y'all don't understand what that means, bro. A lot of young men, some of them coming out with all these mental issues, right? The Asperger's and shit, all that stuff, right? The social. Listen, the pandemic didn't even help this shit. Did you know that, like, thanks to the pandemic and everyone having to actually wear masks? And here's a real conspiracy for you, right? That actually decreases the way children are going to be able to communicate with each other going forward as they grow up. You know that? Because children, as they develop, right, part of what they develop in terms of their speech is by looking at your mouth and reading your lips as you're talking, right? So then as they're looking at you while you're talking and listening to you sound the words out, they can also mimic what you're doing, because kids can do that. They're good at mimicking, right? That's how they learn. So now that you have the advent of people wearing masks, kids wearing masks in schools, you know, and while they're interacting with each other, they lose out on that key aspects of communication, which is being able to read faces. So as these kids who are I'm gonna call them COVID babies now, as these COVID babies grow up, they're going to be even way more socially awkward than even the Gen Zers are right now. Because what's going to end up happening is they're getting to a world where they didn't even, first of all, they were in isolation. Now they got the mask covered and they lost out on a big part of what's going to help them develop communication skills within each other. So if you think the simp issue is bad now, wait till this next generation of kids who don't even understand how to properly communicate with each other anymore get to adulthood. It's gonna be bad. All right. And they're even speculating that this might be one of the causes of, I won't say causes, but like one of the they're saying it's a cause, or they're saying it's a misdiagnosis of autism. Right? They're saying that this could lead to more autistic-like behaviors. I don't think they said it would lead to autism itself, but like more autistic-like behaviors, that little antisocial, not being able to read certain cues. So things are gonna get worse, people. It's gonna get worse. And right now, what I see what the red pill guys are doing, it's not actually getting to the heart of the issue. It's just putting a materialistic band-aid over it. So imagine these socially awkward COVID babies coming up, not knowing how to talk to each other, growing up understanding that something's wrong, and then they come on, see some red pill nigga on YouTube, and you think they're actually going to follow that to perfection? No. You think it's going to work for them? No. It's not. What it's going to end up happening is, because these same kids, they're not going to go out in the real world and get tested. No, the anxiety would be too much for them. They'll stay on and be keyboard warriors. That's what it is. They'll come up and stay in these in these chat rooms. They're gonna stay in these group messaging. They're gonna be in these live streams. They're gonna be all these places perpetuating the same negative behaviors because they can't, or they don't have the ability to voice it out in the real world, if that makes sense. And what's that? The Sandy Hook guy. The Sandy Hook guy. which is a crazy thing. The guy who went into Sandy Hook, and y'all know the story with that kid, right? The same exact situation, right? He was a troubled kid growing up, but it wasn't trouble to the point where he was like, he was doing some wild, violent shit, but not to the point where it was like alarming, right? But one of the things that they found interesting was the antisocial behavior aspect of that Sandy Hook shooter, right? And how he had troubles communicating verbally with kids around physically in his peer, but he found it easier to communicate with people anonymous wise in chat rooms and different areas that they congregated at, right? Where a lot of his ideas, where he got the idea to do what he did, propagates right there. So this shit runs deep. We can't just say that the solution to solving issues for young men is to go get a Bugatti and go do some self-improvement, because self-improvement itself is a sham. I already explained that earlier in this episode. I already explained that. It's a double-edged blade. It doesn't work. So we got problems. We can't just slap a band-aid on it. Our young men are having issues. And the issue is even bigger now because our political leadership is gone. It's non-existent. There's nobody at the wheel, people. The crazy train is off. We just flying. Everybody, listen, bro. The fact that the crypto scams has gotten this far and nobody done shit about this yet, and everybody is just getting away scot-free. You can just pump and dump niggas like this, and it's fine. No one, bro. We're really at the end times. That's all I gotta say about that, bro. Like, we really at the end times, people. I'm telling you. Oh man, Mike Chivino, you're right. It is. A lot of women are ruining their lives. They are. They don't realize it, right? They're ruining their lives. It's you're trading your soul, which is a long-term situation, for short-term monetary gain. And don't get me wrong, some people are okay with selling their souls, but yeah, it was listen, yeah, I think a lot of them are going to realize that when they get older, right? And here's the thing, I think some women are going to fully regret that. And I think there are going to be other women who are just going to make excuses for that. And there's evidence of that right now. You guys notice that there are a lot more moms who are being outed right now for having OnlyFans, and their kids also go to school, right? There was an article a while back where a kid was talking about suicide, and mama didn't want to do shit about it. Mama was like, well, it's all about me. I got to do what makes me happy, right? Best believe with the new age conditioning, don't underestimate the power of social engineering, Mike. You cannot underestimate the power of social engineering, because social engineering will damn near convince these young girls that OnlyFans is just as a legitimate way of making money as working as a cashier. And on top of that, okay, listen, what they do, they don't really even have to have consequences for. You see what I'm saying? And it's going to be that kind of thinking. If we're going to have women who can look at their sons going through bullying for their friends seeing her naked on OnlyFans, and moms don't give a shit about that, you best believe there's going to be a huge rise in a percentage of women who are just going to have that kind of mentality where they're going to be like, well, it's my kid and my kid is just going to support me. Or they don't realize the damage they're actually doing to that child, because we're all being socially engineered to think from a selfish way of a mode of thinking, right? We all come from a selfish mentality. So we're not going to see that, but there's going to be some that are going to feel that internal regret. And there are going to be others who are just going to internalize that and just accept it for what it is and think it's just as, it's just as normal as, cashiering. If you don't believe me, go watch TikTok. They're all over the place. They are on it like hot sauce on spaghetti. These are good comments, man. Keep them coming. He says, I might be behind on the chat too, by the way. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just scrolling through. Mike Charbonneau says, Kevin Samuels was right about women putting careers first before families. Too late for family in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, but I think women kind of already knew that. I just think that this whole like feminism thing has kind of like forced or put pressure, because we agree feminism is cancer. It's putting unnecessary pressure on women to be something that they're not. That's what feminism is, right? So in this case, the pressure is from careers to forego families, right? But here's the thing. This also is a double-edged blade. Guys, we have to think of this from a higher level of thinking, okay? Because part of what I want to do is bring you out from the red pill, black and white, and have you guys see the full picture, okay? Yes, Kevin Samuels is right. Women putting careers first before family, that is a new thing. And matter of fact, you'll find it more prevalent, especially with the younger college girls as they're going up, when it's supposed to be a time that 21, the 25, 7, 8, where you're supposed to be finding a suitable mate, right? Here's the other piece to it, and which is the big overarching theme that I've been trying to let y'all know, which is social engineering. America is a social engineering country. We are built on social engineering, all right? And part of the social engineering, the programming for feminism that was built in, was to ensure that we had an additional tax-paying workforce in the economy. You see what I'm talking about? Because with an additional tax-paying workforce in the economy, the government gets double the revenue. And on top of that, corporations don't have to pay the employees more, which used to be traditionally men. But now it's men and women. So the money that men would have been making in the job market has been halved and split between men and women. Now you need two incomes. Think about this. You need two incomes to live. That's the situation that was created after the Second World War, right? And that's the situation that's still being conditioned today through multimedia corporations, all these institutions that benefit from keeping the families in the workforce and not at home. Do you understand? So there's a lot of things at play. And if we want to break the programming, we have to call out the program for what it is, because we can sit there and blame women, but it's no different from blaming Mexicans for coming over the border and taking your jobs. If someone who's unqualified comes over the border and is also qualified for your job, that means you are not qualified for that job. That means anybody is qualified for that job. I'm going to tell you this. No immigrant can come in and do the job I'm doing. So my job is somewhat specialized, right? So I can't just have somebody come on here and just do what I do. You gotta have some certain level of training. You gotta have some level of skills to be able to do what I do. The same thing for most of you guys in the chat, or some of you guys who have other jobs. The people who complain are the people who are at the lower rung and don't really want to do much to elevate their skill sets. They're worried about the people who are coming in and take their jobs, right? Blaming women for coming in and saying the family situation is all fucked up because you guys choose workforce. No. There's a bigger power play at play that wants women to be out in the workforce. Even women don't want to be out there. You think women want to be out there? Women don't want to be out there. If women wanted to be out there, they wouldn't be lying to themselves. Think about it. You ask a woman, what do they want? Okay, I want a guy who makes money so I can settle down and eventually, raise a family. Are you going to get back into the workforce? Maybe not. Because Kevin Samuels asked that question. Are you planning on working after you're ready to take care of a child? Most women don't want to. Most women, after they have kids, they don't come back to the workforce. It was actually an issue in the medical field, right? Most women being there was an issue with the female doctors, right? The female doctors, when they would go off and get pregnant and get married and whatnot, to get the family, some of them don't return, at least, or they don't return back to the hospitals with the same capacity they used to work at, right? So it already shows you that women already thinking of it, or they're already thinking on a different wavelength. It's just that society has to keep that conditioning going. We do it through Disney movies, we do it through Hollywood, we do it through corporations, we do it through mass breaking news media like CNN, Fox News. We even do it through YouTube. We do it through OnlyFans. We have to keep socially engineering so we keep the system running, the system of consumerism. We have to keep that going. That you guys don't realize how important that is to the backbone of this country. The fact that women are out there working so we can buy more shit. That's the backbone. If that shit collapses, America is done, because we don't make shit here. We don't produce anything here. We never did. And COVID exposed that. So everybody's got these fancy C-suite jobs. Everyone's got these comfortable things, but we're not producing nothing. The only thing that we're producing is consumering. So we're just consuming shit. That's all we're doing, right? We're a service economy that consumes the shit that we serve. So we have to condition women to stay out of the home. We have to do that. That's what society does. They have to condition that, right? And I'm not saying that there's some women that actually, there are the women out there that chase that stuff, and it's perfect, right? They have to, right? They want to. Self-reliance and perseverance, that's great, right? But really, overwhelmingly, we're not going to deny there's not an agenda out there. Okay, there is an agenda. It's called social engineering. So we can't just sit there and say, women are the fault of, putting careers first, because a lot of times they're just doing what the mass media is telling them to do, right? There are even women in this red pill space that are letting other women know that you don't have to follow that route, which is good. We need more female voices out there speaking against this bullshit. But feminism is the cancer, all right? It's part of a bigger systemic issue, if you guys got to understand that. So we got to break out of this lower vibration red pill way of thinking, and we got to start thinking in a more robust, fully functioned way of analyzing the breakdowns, right? So I don't know if that makes sense, man. I just think that if I think we're just shitting on the wrong people. I mean, yeah, women have their fair share to blame. I mean, let's just be real. It's a thing, but come on, bro. We know what the issue is. Like, we really know what's happening here. All right, and we know the crooks that are involved in the schemes. We know that shit. Come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about here? Chris Savage says, you saying everything Kevin Samuel was saying and addressing, though. Yeah, like, I mean, I agree with Kevin Samuels. Like, I agree with Kevin Samuels, bro. Like, here's the thing: Kevin Samuels' knowledge is not like it makes sense. It's just the thing that I disagree with Kevin Samuels was just the way you guys see me with women on my show. I got women on my show. Do you see me yelling? I don't raise my voice. Listen, I'm a loud, boisterous guy. But when I'm with girls, I don't raise my voice like that when I'm around women. I don't even like I'm a different vibe when I'm around. Y'all see me when I talk to girls on my show. It's just I'm not because like you gotta be your vibes got to be different especially when you want a woman to buy into your program. Your vibe has to be different. I know this intrinsically, so that's why when I see someone like Myron do what he does with the kick out cam, I'm almost like, damn, bro, like, on what planet, like, what do you expect to get out of this? This is not going to end well, bro. And if you're not prepared to put your hands on a girl, like, this is not going to end well for you, because you're at a disadvantage, right? And for guys like me, it's not worth the headache, because I already have I got the motor skills to talk to a girl, so I can get what I want without having to raise my voice. I can get the answers that I want without having to raise my voice. I can get the outcome and logical traps that I need without having to go ahead and yell at her. I don't have to insult. I don't have to degrade. I don't have to demean. I can still get my point across. So I agree with certain things that Kevin Samuel says. I just disagree with how he speaks to the women. I think there's a way we can do that without having to do put downs, but I understand the marketing aspect of where he was coming from, right? But no, like, ain't nobody disagreeing with Kevin Samuels. Like, I mean, he was a GOAT for a reason. I mean, it's Kevin Samuels. But yeah, there's a lot of situations. But unlike Kevin Samuels, here's the thing: I'm not wearing a suit. All right, I'm not wearing a suit. I'm not out here to teach you anything. I'm not even. I don't have anything to sell. Y'all know, since I started this channel, I got no products. I just come out here, I drink, sometimes I smoke, and I talk shit. I'm like the less refined person, okay? I'm not. I need to hide behind all these other veneer of wealth. I don't need to, although it'd be very easy to do that, right? Because I already laid down the blueprint for y'all. I don't need to hide behind that. I need to come up here and let y'all know what's going on without I feel like I don't have to change myself to at least let y'all know what's going on. Does that make sense, right? I feel like I could be me while still letting y'all know what's up, right? Because the thing is, I don't want anything from you guys. The only thing I want is just less bullshit coming out of young men, especially hearing it in my personal life as I'm hearing it right now. So I don't know. It's weird. Tiny Rascal Gang says, I never thought I was high value. He says, this is black pill, not red pill. Lots of things in the space might be black pill. Now that I'm realizing it. Going back to this comment, what is high value, bro? You know, I agree with it. Like, but when a lot of people started saying this high value thing, I'm like, what? This high value thing, it's got me confused. What is high value? Like, what is it? Is it high fashion? Like high value? It's such a vague term, right? But when you listen to a lot of these guys use it, it's almost used to convey wealth, right? And to me, if you ask me what it makes a man valuable or high value, I would say character, good character, right? If I can trust you based off of the word of mouth, and I know that you're a trustworthy dude, yeah, that's a high value nigga to me. That's a high value man. His word is his bond. Like, I respect the hell out of that. Listen, there's no one else on the planet a man respects more than someone who sticks by their word. That honor is a big thing amongst men. We know this as a man, like men to men. Like, you respect somebody who's honorable, right? That's why the whole no snitching trope is a thing, right? Because you respect those who do their time. Just pack it up and go do their time, right? Without saying a word or trying to drag niggas down. Those guys always get a certain level of respect, right? The whole no snitching thing until 6ix9ine came in and made it okay. But before 6ix9ine, snitching was not okay. Okay, but now it's cool. You can snitch on your boys and no one gives a fuck as long as it's 6ix9ine. It is what it is, right? But that's the thing, because men respect honor, men respect other men that stick by code. Okay, that's why you have all these false idols coming out here pretending to have a code to stick by, but realistically, they're just being hypocrites. Okay, but high value men to me are people who are able to stick by their word, people who are honorable, who have high integrity and character, right? But it seems like in the red pill space, reality is a little bit different. High value equals 6 figures. High value equals a Bugatti or a Lambo Urus or a $15,000 mansion. So it's just, I think our priorities has deviated a little bit, and I think we need to get that back in order. I genuinely believe that we're in trouble. If you see how far we've deviated, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, people. Just saying. Branson says, right, women like romance. If you can't set the mood right, you don't need big money to get her wet. No, facts. All these, why do you think women love those romance novels, bro? Because they just build everything up. They just slowly, you know, he caresses his strong hands, you know, down my thighs, and he kisses me softly right below my belly button, right? I love the way he licks right in the, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, or he breathes softly on my ear and tells me I love you, kitty, right? Come on, bro. Like, girls love this shit. Listen. They love it. It turns them on because they like the anticipation, okay? All these dudes telling you, oh, we got to be black and white. We got to be robotic and static. Yo, you're not winning. My dog, I'm guaranteeing you, if you're not introducing some kind of spice, if you're not introducing some shit that just pulls you away from the rest, pulls you out of the pack, bro, you just like every other dude. Like, you don't need money. Like, you don't need money. You just need to build a world. That's it. You need to create a world for her. That's it. If you can create a world for her where she feels as though she's the only one in it, in your world, you have her. Like, I don't, like, this is not hard news. Like, you see when girls get, this is going to be a side tangent, but you know how girls get in a horrible manipulative relationship? You know how girls get into that shit? Is because the guys that they get into it, the piece of shits, right? They understand that manipulation, right? A lot of the shitty dudes that girls get into, and some of y'all probably dealt with it, where some girl will talk about her ex and how he lied about just about everything. I was the girl who was telling me that her ex that she dated literally lied about kids that he had, and said that those kids were his like cousins or some shit for the longest time until she found out. And that wasn't it. After she found out, there were a whole different web of lies, whole different baby mamas coming out of wedlocks that not wedlocks, coming out of areas that she didn't even know existed. They'd all come in and whatnot. But for the longest time, dude was in a relationship with her. He built a powerful world and convinced her that she was the only woman for him. Her now realizing he had other chicks he was dealing with, and the kids that she was seeing that she thought were his cousins. He managed to convince her that turns out to be his kids from another woman, but they were just there because of visitation. You see what I'm saying? Dude was broke, had all these baby mamas, but still pulled a girl. Bro, you kidding me? You kidding me? Build a world. Build a world. You don't need to be rich. Build a world. Be someone that they haven't seen. It was cliche. It's cliche, but some of y'all have seen what I'm talking about. It's not learn from your Uncle Larry or something. If you got an Uncle Larry that slays it and has a bunch of baby mamas, all right, you learn from him because he's doing something. He's building worlds and he knows how to do it. It's not that you don't need to be a millionaire. That's a cheap cop-out. Wealth is a cheap cop-out. That's it. High value, men not even high value. It's a cheap cop-out. Okay? That's it. They don't have it's a cheap cop-out for character. We'll put it like that. That's the best way to put it. A cheap cop-out for character. Nah, you don't need money, man. That's crazy. Yeah, Fauci was wrong, and unfortunately, there's not going to be repercussions to what the damage he's done to a lot of people. And he's the only one. If we want to talk about someone being paid off with an incentive to cover up something, Fauci would be the guy right here. This piece of shit. But I think that his case, though, he got off at the right foot, because if Fauci would have went any deeper, bro, I could see a future where Fauci would have been Epstein. With some of the shit he probably with some of the shit that I suspect that this dude knows, I think he's just taking an early retirement, and they'll just wipe all that stuff behind him, and he could just move forward. Yeah, you're not gonna see real consequences with this guy, but he fucked up a generation of kids, adults too, which is interesting. You know, it's interesting, but. Okay, where's your Bugatti, Elijah? I want you to send me an email. I want you, because you everywhere. You talking all that stuff. Send me an email, your Bugatti. I want to see a picture of it. I want to see. You don't have to show me. I want to see a proof of ownership. If it worked for you, you put your money where your mouth is. I want to see a Bugatti. I don't want to hear nothing else. Hey, listen, do nobody take this dude seriously in the chat or anywhere else if you see this nigga until he shows proofs of his Bugatti. If this works for you and you not capping like most of the niggas do, and you want to prove it, send me the email right now. Put your money where your mouth is, where your Bugatti at, or show me the proof of your success. All right, because a lot of y'all just like to talk, but y'all just like to talk to prove a point, like little toddlers. You gotta stop this. So show me your Bugatti and proof. I just don't want to. Don't tell me just to try it. Tell me what is the results? Does it work for you? What program did you buy into? Was it the options? Now I gotta see your numbers. I gotta see your paperwork, right? Was it the affiliate marketing? Did you make money off of that? Which product was it? You gotta be specific. But either way, I want to see if you actually made $10,000 within the 3 months like he promised, or you have a Bugatti. Where is it? Don't sit there and talk in my chat, bro. Put your money where your mouth is. Let's see. Oh, y'all having a crazy conversation here. Laughing myself. You sound like Walter. No, okay. Oh my God. See, it's a very thin line. Laughing man, it's a very thin line. You see what I'm saying? Because we're not trying to take souls here, because like at least I genuinely care about the people I'm with, right? And there's a big difference. There's a big I'm not out here to people listen. They're demons, and there are people who are just out here just to have relationships and see where things goes. Okay, and they're tactics for different people, but people who go to take her soul route, right? It's a different kind of it triggers another layer of dark triad that wouldn't be triggered with the other method, right? I know it sounds similar, but it's not the same. It's not the same, because there's really no manipulation involved. And here's the big difference with what I would do. I'm straight up honest, right? It's when I'm building a world with you, but I'm letting you know I'm seeing other people. I'm letting you know there are other people in the running. I'm letting you know there are other things going on. With the dark triad situation, there are certain dudes that do that, and they keep the woman completely in the dark. That's how they try to get complete full control, and they start restricting freedoms and whatnot. When you start getting to a situation where you're caring too much about what other people are doing in their lives, that's when you've reached a different point. But it's close, but if men want to be successful, you almost have to apply the Prince Charming. You have to apply the Prince Charming. You have to go to Prince Charming route. You got to go to Prince Charming route. The red pill will convince you that shit is simping or that shit is gay, but it's not. It's trust me, it's not. If you apply the gentleman / Prince Charming route and you do it just right, you'll be set. You'll be set. As long as you're straight up up front, don't lie, because I believe that men don't need to lie to women. I believe that full heart. You don't, as a man, you don't need to lie to women. I full on believe that. Okay, some guys, like Fresh, Fresh lies to women. He lied to Miranda. Okay, we saw that in display, and Donnie Boy came out and said we were trolling. So or whatever, I guess, whatever. A live side says 95 jobs is for suckers. Okay, I guess. All right. Darren Gray, shout out to you. A long time no see. Welcome to chat. He says, I know too many 30-plus-year-olds trying to get my seed due to fertility. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing now, man. That's going to be a huge thing, dude. Hey, in vitro fertilization, that's a popular method now, I'm hearing. All right. I don't know, but a lot of dudes right now that they got low T2, so we got low testosterone. That's huge. Like what's going on there for our young men, right? We gotta figure that out. A lot of dudes out here walking around with zero balls. We gotta figure something out. Gandalf says, "You hate red pill. I hate what red pills become." Even Gandalf, right? I hate what they did to the new Gandalf in Amazon's series, right? Was it Amazon's or the new Lord of the Rings? They fucked up Gandalf. He looks kind of weird, right? But no, I don't hate a red pill. I hate the new red pill. I hate that red pill has become more about material goods versus actually, versus the actual issues facing men. Right, because I feel like if we were really united on this, a lot of things would have been solved. I mean, think about this, Gandalf. With the economy, the red pill is generated. The Manosphere is generated millions of dollars, potentially tens of millions of dollars of men coming in and transacting within this space. You got different leaders. Some of it is organized to a certain degree. Why is it that there's still no tangible real world solutions developed for a lot of young men in the years that the red pill and the Manosphere has been a thing? All the amounts of money that's been made by these groups of people, they haven't figured out how to channel that finance into an organization to develop maybe some kind of institution to create lobbying efforts for maybe situations that you may need, right? Maybe you want laws changed for family courts. Maybe you want certain equality rights, right? Maybe you want certain rights in corporations. Maybe you want someone to help you lobby against the bullshit Title IX. How are you going to do that when you don't have an ear in power? But these guys are sitting here making millions of dollars and still haven't done shit with it. It almost seems like they're getting richer and your life still sucks. I mean, am I wrong or am I right? I mean, a live side, if you listen to him, he can lie and said that he's 9 to 5 is for suckers, right? He can sit there and lie and say that he's been successful off a take course, but we know that's bullshit. We know that's not true. The only people successful are the people who are creating those courses. And I know because they use ClickFunnels. So I mean, let's just be real. it's not hating the red pill, it's hating what the red pill has become. It's no longer about awakening. It's about being just like feminists. That's what the red pill is. Where I hate that we have to be just like feminists. I hate we have to chase material goods and have to have a Bugatti to show that we have status. I hate that. I hate that. Yeah. Call it what you want. I hate it. I hate that you have to do that. I miss the days where men were just men and we're simple. We didn't need to be fancy. We didn't need to wear nice watches. We just did our thing, and women who were attracted to us were attracted to us because of what we're able to accomplish within our immediate circles. Now with this global great Bugatti driving nonsense. Back in the day, there were people who were actually stables in their communities because they actually listened, they cared, and they physically took care of their community. Some of y'all out there talking about you a man. You don't even know people living down the street from you. You don't even know what a semblance of what a community looks like if it's not online. Do you even know how to build a physical community of people who look to you as a fucking leader? Like, I'm talking about outside of work, not your fucking Monday morning meetings. I'm talking about just pulling people together who you wouldn't otherwise know, and they probably live within you, and putting together some kind of organization where they network within each other. Y'all don't even know that. Y'all, it's an idea for you guys to talk about online, but no one actually knows how to do that. A lot of y'all men don't know how to. If it's not online, an online community, y'all don't know how to build it. Because managing physical people with real situations and personalities that clash is work. Work for real leaders, not people online. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. I don't know what else to tell you. We talk about being leaders and shit. Most of y'all don't even know how to start or lead communities. Y'all can join one online and type away. Oh, I'm part of Red Pill because I believe in this shit. Where are the people that physically follow you? How are you helping your immediate circles? Most of you guys are loners. You're loners. That's why you got to come online. You're loners. Who do you got that's down the street that you can go talk to if you got some mental situations going on? We're talking about brotherhood over here. Most of y'all don't even know how to create a brotherhood. Y'all don't even know how to be brothers with your brothers. Y'all don't know how to do that. How can you be a brother to somebody and you don't even have the communication skills to do that if you're not talking online on a keyboard? There's a lot to learn. Just because you're part of a community online doesn't mean a online community is different than a real world. Okay, yeah, there's a big discrepancy. People can support you online, but only real niggas show up in the real world. Only the real ones show up. It's like some of these new age artists, right? Some of these SoundCloud rappers. You see why their shows are flopping, right? Because online, it looks like they get a lot of plays. They get a lot of clicks. They get a lot of views, right? But when it comes down to setting up shows, right? DJ Academics is clowning these fools. When it comes down to setting up shows, nobody's showing up. Nobody's showing up to the shows. Same thing. It's the exact same thing. Y'all talk about we're a strong Red Pill community. Y'all don't even know how to do that in the real world. Like, you guys, it's sad when I see this kind of stuff, bro. It's sad. We got to wake up. It says, Duke, do you respect Smash TV? Who's Smash TV? Is that mixed out? Is that mixed out dictionaries? Is that Smash TV? Who's Smash TV? I gotta know who that is. If that's mixed out dictionaries, do I respect them? I think he was talking. Wasn't he talking shit about me? I think he was talking shit about me on a video. So I don't know if I can respect somebody talking shit about me. He said I don't know what he said something about me. It was wild. Somebody sent me a video, which I don't. First of all, Smash TV and mixed out dictionaries or whatever. I've never done contact with you. I don't know how you can come to that conclusion about me. I'm sure if we got online and talked, it'd be a different story. So just listen. You're not gonna bully me like some of these other cats out here. Just keep that in mind. But listen, I don't know what it is or wherever that started, but I think you got some stuff to figure out and then go from there. Isn't he beefing with the vital message too? I mean, he's calling everybody fake now. I mean, I don't know, bro. Like some of these people, you just got to look at them from afar and just watch them. You know, it's either just watch certain people from just far away and just say, all right, okay, all right, okay, I see where this is going. Okay, and just watch them play themselves. It's very easy to do that. I'm just letting y'all know. Pro tip. Oh man. Fucking feeling says, real talk, them chicks be having shooters on speed dial. There you go. See, listen, y'all know this stuff already, man. Like, that's why y'all see what I'm telling you. Y'all don't really need to pay dudes to tell you what you already know. Y'all intrinsically know that. Maybe you can have some guy like me to tell you what you need to hear for free, right? But like, I'm just saying, most of y'all out there are smart enough to know this shit because you've gone through life lessons that prepared you for this time. You know, this is what it is. Yo, yeah, Quan Leonard. If you can figure out, listen, you know how you see some of these TikTok videos or YouTube videos, right? And they ask the girls what kind of guys the girls are into. And the girls are like, oh, I want a thug, and you know, I want a scammer, and a lot of these reaction videos will go wild. Oh my God, you see, she doesn't want a good man. She wants a scammer. She wants a drug dealer. She wants all these bad boys, right? Yeah, that chick might be crazy. that chick is wild. You should probably not want to date someone like that. But if we look under the surface, what most girls, because a lot of girls, they kind of echo that sentiment. But if we look beneath the surface, we gotta decode what that actually means. Okay, we gotta break it down. What it actually means is actually similar to what Quan Leonard is saying. A lot of times, women, listen, I know women who date hood dudes. Okay. And they'll tell you the paranoia that comes with that shit is wild. Okay, the paranoia that comes with him, it's nice dealing with the hood dude because you know you feel like the queen of the trash. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. I don't know why. I'm sorry, I got a little too many, but the queen of the ghetto, right? Because you with your hood king, right? You with your hood king. So you know, for that girl, she feels like she's the most important thing. She's attracted to that status, right? Because she has a bad boy who's got a mean streak, who's got respect, right? These are accolades that women tend to find attractive in men. Not the bad boy aspect of it, right? Is the aggressive edge that a man could possess, right? The respect and the dominance, and also the status, right? The whole shebang, right? And on top of that, being able to have money. In this case, this comes from drug dealing or whatever illegal activities they're participating in, right? So when you look at all these combinations, when it comes with the hood dude, the girls are naturally attracted to that because guess what? That's for them in the ghetto. That's the status maker right there. That's the dude. But the problem is, just because she's with the guy doesn't mean everything is fine and dandy, right, in the relationship. Because he's dealing with paranoia because living in the streets, it's not fun. Living in the streets can be dangerous. It's, because you gotta keep your ear and you gotta keep your eyes open, right? Because sometimes you might get you caught lacking, and that's not good. It's not, right? So she's paranoid, he's paranoid. Eventually it doesn't work out, right? But a girl doesn't want a nerd either. She doesn't want a guy, that all of a sudden is always talking about, I'm a doctor, I'm a nuclear physicist, right? Y'all remember that one video where the girl said pineapples because the kid said he was a nuclear physicist, and he was talking about how great of a job he was doing, but she ended up saying nope, pass, right? And everybody lost their minds because here's an educated black man, and you're turning him down because he's a square, right? It wasn't that, it was that, but the dude didn't have an edge, right? Because I guarantee you, if he had an edge, first of all, he's attractive enough, I think, and he looked tall, where she would have probably stuck with him, but she probably looked at him talking about his education and whatnot. She's like, okay, you're missing something. You're missing that aggressive edge, that thing that makes me, that brings out my femininity. You see what I'm saying? They want that edge, that masculine edge that draws out the femininity, which he didn't have. So what Quan Leonard is saying is most women are looking for a little bit of both. They want a guy with an edge, but isn't too crazy, right? Because then too crazy is too much. But a little bit of both, that's mysterious. Let me say that again. Too crazy is too much. Too bland is too much. But a little bit of both creates the mystery. Understand? So what Quan Leonard is saying, a gangster and a gentleman, You gotta be a soldier. You gotta be a gangster, but you also gotta be Bruce Wayne. Right? It's the dual alter-egos, right? You gotta be you can't be Clark Kent. You gotta figure out how to be Superman and Clark Kent, put into one, right? You got to. Same thing. You gotta have that bad boy aggressive edge, not willing to be able to throw down if shit really hit the fan, if shit pops off. She's got to know you got to be ready, right? On top of that, she's got to know that when it comes to the mundane stuff, you got it. Those two things, they call that the full package. I don't know if y'all sit around in some of the girl circles when they talk sometimes, but when they look at a guy who has both edge and charisma, suave, especially with and treats her like a gentleman, treats her like a princess, that's a catch. I'm just throwing game out there for y'all. It's a catch, bro. I am so behind in the comments. Holy shit. I'm like scrolling right now. Hold up. Zachary Moore, men need tribes. Yeah, you're right. We need physical tribes, though. The online tribes are toxic, and they can easily get toxic. Online tribes, we need physical tribes. It's easier for me as a man to go to a trusted group of friends that I trust with anything and let them know what's going on. If not all about my life, at least part of what's going on. Because at least feeling as though you have someone down the street that cares about your well-being, that's enough to help someone get through certain levels of depression, certain level of anxiety and loneliness, especially loneliness and anxiety that most men feel. If you know that you have somebody down the street that's in your corner, that's huge. But the problem is that a lot of men don't know how to physically develop those tribes because they don't know how to physically interact. A lot of men don't even know how to physically interact with other men. You understand that? If it's not an aggressive nature or in a way we're going back and forth, a lot of men don't know how to be civil with other men. So how are you supposed to interact with with a woman, with women of the opposite sex, if you can't even act right with someone with the same sex? You don't even know how to be a cordial. You don't even know how to treat somebody else with respect. You don't even know how to keep your word as a man. You don't even know how to freaking fulfill something that you set out to do. Most of y'all set out goals and you don't fulfill them. That counts against you. If you say that you're gonna do something and you don't do it, that counts against you as a man. Because we got that honor system. We gotta tally it up. We say, oh, that nigga over there, yeah, he says a lot. He says a lot. Well, you just careful. That's how it ends up being. But we need physical tribes. We need more physical tribes. If anything else, what the red pill should be teaching us is how we should be going out there and physically starting tribes with other men who feel as disenfranchised as we do, right? Like going out there and doing drives, food drives, doing donation runs, certain things that gives you a physical influence within that particular community. When was the last time y'all have done that? Just like go down to the local library and support the kids in fatherless homes, right? You can drop off clothes, you can drop off canteens. They got the Saint Vincent de Paul. You can drop off extra clothes and they give it to kids in need. Right? These are different things that you can do to become a staple within your community. Become known as that guy that, hey, that guy Zach over there, yeah, he does a lot. Listen, having people physically in the real world give you that respect, it hits different than people online giving you praise. Because if people online, I can just shut the computer down. I still got to live in the real world. But in the real world, it's in my face. So it just hits different. Until we learn how to build physical tribes, a lot of men are in trouble. And before we learn how to do that, we got to learn how to communicate with each other properly as men. Meaning none of these bullshit alpha dog way of thinking. We have to bring rationality back into the conversation. We have to. We're lacking it royally. Rick, there you go. Get to know your neighbors. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta get to know your neighbors, man. I mean, for a lot of people, for us, basically referencing the past a lot. You know, one thing they did in the past, they got to know their neighbors. A lot of young men don't even know how to do that now. You socially awkward fucks. Just like y'all don't know how to do that now. Talk. What? How you gonna win in life when you need to go through people to be successful? If you don't even know how to talk to people, how you gonna win? How you gonna get your Bugatti if your goal is to be a top 10 salesman and you can't even talk to people to sell? You don't even know how to uncover needs, pain points for people because you don't even understand how to read people properly. How are you gonna be successful in the real world when you have to move through people to even be successful? You lack the communication skills. So we have to build that first before we go to the other parts. And it starts with getting to know your neighbors. It's not that hard. You get to know your neighbors, and then you 6 degrees of separation. Before you know it, you know a lot of people just based off a few. It's that simple. Zachary says, my gym used to have a program where you can buy clothes and toys for underprivileged kids during the holidays. My mom used to participate. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Dude, that shout out to your mom. Shout out to you guys. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. We need more of that. I guarantee you this right here has way more an effect on helping young men, real men out there, versus donating to Andrew Tate and Hustle University. I'm going to tell you this right now. This has more of a bigger impact, a powerful impact, because you're physically changing somebody's life. Physically. Imagine, y'all remember a time where there was someone in your life, whether it's a professor, whether it was an uncle, a sibling, someone older in your life that just gave you some kind of knowledge that set you on a path, and you look back on that, you still remember what that the lessons that person said to you, right? Everyone has that person where they look back and says, yeah, my uncle used to tell me this stuff. Yeah. I remember it like it was yesterday, man. He passed away, but I still remember his teaching is still there because it made a huge impact on me. Even though he's dead, I'm alive right now. His ideas lives on through me, and I'm alive to pay it forward. That's powerful. I mean, you give your money to Hustlers University, one guy gets it for sure. We know Tate makes money, right? But the individual lives that are being impacted it doesn't compare to something like this. It just doesn't. Azul332 says dukendon wheat waffles may have a negative attitude about the world. After watching Black Bill content, I don't know how to talk to girls. I've heard a lot about wheat waffles. Yeah, they got a lot of negative outlooks. It definitely is negative. And realistically, I'm gonna tell you this: talking to girls is not as hard as you think. There's a huge anxiety hurdle. And if you guys want, we can actually do a legitimate show on this, on a breakdown on it. And it's not gonna be like the perspective a lot of these dating coaches come at it from. A lot of the perspective I come at it from when I talk to women is I just keep it casual. I mean, there's an undertone of like, if I'm interested in you and I want to smash, yeah, I'm gonna make it known. But like realistically, I talk to women like I talk to anybody else. Right? They're just people at the end of the day. You get to know them for a little bit. After you get to know them, then you transition things into something more, right? But one thing I do know that's key when you're talking to women, you always have to have an agenda when you're guiding the situation, right? So there's an agenda because you don't just mess with a girl with aimlessly. You gotta know what you want, right? If I wanna see you next week, all right. If I'm having a conversation with you, eventually the end point of my conversation is setting up a meetup for next week. All right. I didn't just text you to just, be out of the blue texting you to be friends, right? That's not what I do. Okay. I don't have time for that. Right. That is what it is. So a lot of times with guys, they think that with all these influx of game and all this influx of tactics and things like that, they have to come up with something new, something fancy and revolutionary. No, just be casual, bro. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Good. Oh yeah. That's what's up. Where you from? Oh, real? Oh, word. My cousin used to come from there, or I got an auntie that used to live on there. It doesn't matter where she's from or whatever it was, right? Or if you're familiar with something that's just like where she's from, wherever it is, build off of that, right? Oh, word. What you like to do? Oh, well, you're skiboarding? Okay. I'm not a skiboarder myself. I'm gonna fall off that bitch. How do you do it? Do you a piece of French fry, pizza French fry? We can go piece of French fry afterwards, but I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know. I see this is I got the gift of gab, so I'll just talk. I just talk whatever it is, right? But the most thing is when you're talking, it's like you're not really talking. You're talking to get them to talk, if that makes sense, right? So I would say, like, my thing is I'd be saying like weird comments, like teasing comments sometimes. Like I'll be like making fun of you sometimes, but not really, right? So I'll be doing shit like that sometimes, especially if you're like a little obtuse. I'd be like, it's fun. Look, like just like I would tease a friend. Like it's just harmful teasing. If you've had a buddy that you talk to on a regular, that you give shit to every once in a while, I would say dial it down, soften it up, and then go talk to a girl. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But I think that we try to be too perfect or try to find the right things, and you're putting too much pressure on yourself, bro. Too much pressure. Talking to girls is not that hard. It's not even about just being confident. It's like, how would you normally talk to a person? So you see how this goes back to the basic breakdown of communication? How would you normally talk to somebody, right? Are you gonna sit there and say, "Oh, hey, oh, what's going on?" No, bro. You're gonna. It's a conversation, right? Like sales. What do you do in sales? They're 5 point of contact, right? You meet and greet, you build rapport, right? And what is building rapport? You're trying to find common ground. All right. Once you find common ground, your next step is to state while you're approaching them, right? So if in sales, right, if you're trying to approach them to get them to buy something, right, you talk about your product, right, or you ask them why they're here today, right? But in terms of dating, if I'm going to state my intentions, I'm like, hey, this is why I stepped to you. This is why I'm talking to you, right? I saw this thing over here and I was curious just to figure out what's going on over here, right? Different things, right? And then you got the rapport built thing. You got the state why you're here, and all you got to do is just carry on the conversation to the closing. It's simple. And the close is either you get the number or you set up the date. It's not too difficult. I think this is part of what I'm talking about. When you listen to a lot of these guys, they start to overcomplicate things, all right? Because they invent new things to get you to think that you're missing out on something new that it really isn't. Just have a conversation, bro. And you know what? One other thing is, a lot of guys struggle with thinking that they're gonna bag every girl they talk to. That's not the case. What you have to go into the mindset of thinking is, majority of girls you're gonna talk to, they're probably gonna just it's like a nice little sieve. All right, you get a huge inflow of traffic, but only a little bit comes out, right? You work with what you got. Okay, so that's the thing. Do not expect to deal with everyone that you're to bang everyone you're talking to. Expect a good majority of them to not respond. Expect a good majority of them to drop off. Expect a good majority on the flake on you. It's just going to happen. It's the natural order of things. It's like asking why rain falls. If you really think about that, okay, it's going to happen. What you need to do is maximize the ones that are still falling down your funnel to deal with that situation, because that right there is literally the ultimate key. Because once you get that locked in further down your funnel, you got someone that's part of your rotation now, and you can work off of that if that's your goal. If your goal is to build rotations out here, right? That's how you can do it. You don't need to talk that. You need to bag everyone you want to talk to. No, just expect that most girls that you talk to are probably gonna go, and it's no fault of your own. Some of it will be, right? If your game's trash and whatnot, it is what it is, right? And some girls will let you know right off the bat. But realistically, a lot of it too is the girl probably has something going on. They probably her ex-boyfriend probably hit her back up. A nigga she was fucking before she met you. That's a priority that you got to compete with. A lot of guys don't know that, but you got to compete with that. So if she stops talking to you, it could be because of multiple different reasons. It's not because you suck. It's not because you ugly. Because a lot of times looks don't matter for a girl unless if you know how to build the world right. It doesn't matter. It matters with dating app wise, right? But physical, when you're with them, I think it's a little bit different, especially when you start dating within your social circles that you're in, right? If you're in a gym, if you're going to a cross country club or whatever clubs that you're at, right? If you got to grow within a social circle, it's easier to get that. Versus the other way around. But listen, man, don't let these meat waffles confuse you about dating, bro. A lot of these guys, they're just as young. I've listened to his some of his arguments. He seems just as confused as a lot of all these dudes out here, if you ask me. Hang on one second, people. Your boy had to get another drink. All right, so where were you? Yeah, don't listen to people like that. Wheat Waffles, actually, Wheat Waffles is another one of those guys that's part of that whole new bastardization of the manosphere, right? Because here's a guy who clearly, I mean, he doesn't. He sounds like he's got a lot more going on for him, but like what he's got and what he decides to focus on, and what a lot of young men decides to focus on, it shows you the problem, right? Especially when you start talking about face ratings, right? When I start seeing stuff like that, there's a lot of questions that come to mind when I look at that. And one is, why would a man care so much what another man thinks about his face? I mean, you're not dating a guy, right? And the thing with Wheat Waffles is, I mean, he's got what he thinks beauty looks like to a guy, right? For instance, I've had girls tell me that guys that look to me that they're fucking butt ugly are cute. And I'm like, I'm looking at this dude like, how in what way does she think this guy is cute? Well, she thinks he's cute. Can you explain it? No, it's just how women think. Well, it's what they find attractive. It is what it is. So when you're saying, oh, obviously someone who's got more perfect symmetry and their everything is set in the right place, right? And there are things you can do to improve that, right? Yeah, you're gonna be on the scale of being generally more attractive, but realistically, is that the end all be all? No. So I think it's weird when guys are so obsessed with paying somebody else to rate your face for what? Like why? Like we rating meats now? Like I mean, what's next? What you gonna start rating next? Right? I mean, if it's not your face, it's your what? Come on, bro. Like get out of here, bro. If you know you ugly as a dude, you ugly as a dude. Other dudes have probably told you growing up. Somebody's told you that, so you don't need somebody else to tell you that. Just work on other skills. Go get in the gym, get a nice body, okay? And if you have to, go do other things. But I think this cosmetic nonsense that I'm seeing right now, I think it's odd. I think it's very odd. Azul says, you must be the guy from 50 Shades of Grey to Great Women. No. If you really think about it, the guy from 50 Shades of Grey was a weirdo. Think about it. The girl, if y'all are missing the point of that whole movie. Like, am I the only one that saw the plot? Because the plot was she was initially attracted to it because it was the mystery. You got this rich guy who got this little dark thing, right? And she's this poor, unassuming, innocent-looking brunette girl, right? And now she's in the clutches of this very powerful man who's got these powerful desires, right? But then at the end of the day, what ended up happening? She got sick of it. And she even looked at the dude like dude was crazy. And dude ended up having mommy issues. The dude from 50 Shades of Grey had mommy issues. Why would you want to be a guy that got mommy issues? Listen, bro. Listen, mommy issues. Okay, you listen to me. Okay, I'm sorry. Guys with mommy issues, it's not funny. It's not funny. Guys with mommy issues, it's not funny at all. Now it is. yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny because if you guys paid attention to the whole plot, I watched 50 Shades of Grey, right? Remember when that one scene, she was in the apartment and she just woke up after the little night of whatever fun they end up having, and dude's mama came in the house, right? And then it was presented in the movie moving forward that dude had some kind of issues with his mama. Come on, bro. Wow. Like, you know what's funny? The same dudes in the Manosphere who are pushing, you got to be this 50 Shades of Grey type guy, or at least pushing that vibe, they're the ones who got mommy issues in the space too as well, if you notice that. So I think when people say that a lot of dudes in the Manosphere space, they're really projecting a lot of their mama issues, there's some truth to that. I genuinely believe there's some truth to that. And again, it's kind of funny. I'm out of. I gotta get more. I gotta get more drinks. So I'm just saying. But you don't want to be the 50 Shades of Grey guy was a weirdo. Okay, any normal person would look at that cat and say, "This nigga is a weird fuck." You're doing what? Hey, listen, I get the kinky shit, bro. I get it, you're a millionaire, billionaire, but like you're weird. Like this whole smart. Listen, even the girl found him very weird and awkward afterwards, and it turns out he was like an awkward billionaire dude. It wasn't like he was a super suave, you know, he was a socially awkward guy that had to trap women in contracts just to beat them in bed. I mean, what am I missing here? I mean, I guess women can listen. The reason why women went crazy for 50 Shades of Grey was the whole sensual aspect of it, right? The whole sexual buildup, right? How he was caressing her, the kind of moves he did, the types of equipments that could potentially leave it to the imagination, right? Because we saw the little dungeon and shit that was in there. Okay, we saw all the little scenarios and the stuff that was put together within that particular room. The dude was a fucking weirdo, okay? And eventually there was some shit that the girl wasn't comfortable with doing. And what did he try? He stalked her. He ended up being a stalker. So you want to be the guy from 50 Shades of Grey that ends up stalking a girl that doesn't want to be in your little fucking weirdo fantasies? Who wants to be? Y'all got, listen, I don't know if we watched the same movie. I'm sorry. I don't know if we watched the same movie, but I saw a weird ass incel who found himself to get $1 billion. Okay. And then instead of, just, being a normal dude, has to trap women in the contracts in order to sleep with them the right way. So I'm sorry. I just find it interesting. And I agree with you, Azul. A lot of dudes in the Manosphere try to pretend that you got to be this 50 Shades of Grey guy to be able to get women. I'm going to tell you this. At the end of the day, those girls are going to find you weird and repulsive, and they're going to leave you for the broke guy who's just, kind of normal, but he's not like, sex dungeon wise and whatnot. Listen, money is fine, but money only gets you so far. No, but I'm sorry. I think I watched a different movie. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I watched a different movie. That 50 Shades of Grey guy was a weirdo. He was a weirdo, bro. He was not. There was nothing attractive about that whatsoever. Antonio Wing Chung says, that's the exact reason why most guys don't like game. You have to talk to 40 out of 2 girls just to bang. It's a lot of work and rejection. Not very fun towards a lot of men. Yes, you're right. But that's why only a few men get laid. You see what I'm saying? And the guys that do get laid often are the guys who have the thick enough skin to go through it. It's no difference in sales, right? The person who's willing to talk to a lot more ups on a lot is going to sell more cars. You see what I'm saying? If I'm putting myself within the most opportunity to sell more cars, I'm going to sell more cars, right? It means my funnel is going to be big. It means I'm going to be a lot more exhausted, but the end result justifies the means. Meaning if I got to talk to 100 people that day just to get 2 sales, I'm talking to 100 people. I got to do it. It is what it is, right? Because I have a goal and I have to achieve that. It's no different. But here's the thing. As you get more experienced, in the craft, right, you start to rely more on referrals than cold leads, if you know what I'm talking about, right? There's these things called referrals. So it could be somebody's friend. It could be, I'm not giving you ideas. I'm just saying, and y'all could put 2 and 2 together if you know what I'm talking about. But there's certain things called referrals, okay? And you kind of like pick and choose from there. So you don't have to go ahead and kind of hunt for yourself and things like that. You see what I'm saying? So, it's a lot of work, but the more skills that you get, the more experience you get, the easier you can maximize with the amount of workload you put on. You see what I'm saying? That's where you increase your closing percentage, right? This is where you start getting to the talk of closing percentages now. Now your closing percentage starts to go up versus your intake rate. So just keep that in mind. It's a lot of work, but this is why only a few men can do it, and the rest of them come on the internet to complain. You see what I'm saying? And most men who don't really have time for this, they won't really go into the whole dating nonsense anyways. But for the guys who really want to be slaying it out there, you got to be ready to do the work. I mean, women are work. I mean, it's not fun. It's not. I mean, that's why some ladies, I'm like, y'all act like men want to be around you like most of the time. It's not the case. Your work. There's a lot of work that goes into being next to you, ladies. Just saying, just show your brothers a little bit more appreciation. I know it took your time to do your makeup and whatnot, but it took us a lot of work to even get here. Just be real. I mean, there's a lot of niggas we had to fight to be right here. Just saying. So, it's work. It's work. It just is what it is, bro. We got to be prepared for it. I mean, you can't work and not play. I mean, you work hard, you play hard. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. EM says, "Yep, the guy from 50 Shades of." Yeah, you see what I'm saying? He was a fucked up dude, bro. Hold on, let me hold on one fucking second. Hold on. I gotta drink to that because that shit was that. Yeah, like I don't know why y'all modeling yourself after somebody that was a weirdo. Like I don't know why we're modeling ourselves after somebody who's a weirdo. Like the 50 Shades of Grey guy was a fucked up dude. Like I don't know, he was an awkward millionaire. I guess he was rich. It was appealing, but I think the Hollywood tried to convince us, at least the masses, that women are attracted to that weird, seductive kind of power dynamic. But in my book, for at least a real nigga perspective, I saw a weird ass rich dude that tried to trap a poor girl into some kind of weird, sadistic sex dungeon nonsense that wouldn't fly under any circumstances. And when she tried to get away, a buddy wasn't having it. He started stalking her. Like she couldn't leave him. It was like a fatal attraction type shit, bro. Like, don't model. Hey, I bet not see y'all young men trying to be this shit because that don't stalk chicks. Do not stalk women. It's not good. It's not good for your health. Okay, all right. That's not good. What else we got? What else you got? He says, leave them. What do you mean leave them black females alone? What are you talking about? Visit real daily cash. What is this? Are you even a real person? What visit realdailycash.com? Leave them black women alone. Like, why? You gotta specify why you gotta leave black women alone. What's wrong with black women? We gotta know what's going on. I'm gonna sorry. Holy shit! It's almost 4 hours. This is a good ass stream, bro. I went in, bro. Like this is I think I went in. I think whoa, that's almost 4 hours, bro. Like, but listen, this is such a let me know what y'all think about this kind of like breakdown, because there's a lot more to get into the psychology of a lot of these guys, bro, and how this little stuff works. I love breaking this shit down because it's interesting, and I'm always so curious about why young men are falling victim to this trash, but it just makes sense. Here, oh, okay. To be deleted. Okay, you sound like somebody that just found the pills. Welcome to the No Pill Popper Squad. We would like to welcome you. Let me read this real quick. Leave you for a broke guy. Money does help. I watched a guy earlier talk about how dating coaches are useless, but bro is 6 foot and orally advantaged. Let's break this down. Okay. Money is not the end all be all for women. I gotta say this again. Money is not the end all be all for women. Most women don't really give a fuck about that. They care if you can take care of things, but it's not the end all be all. The problem is most guys that think that money is the end all be all usually is what the only thing that they go after, which is the money. They work on focus on building money, but by the time they got the money, right? Most of the time they find out they don't even know how to interact properly with those girls because they haven't built the skills, the actual skills to be able to talk to a woman and just be a normal guy. That's why most chicks that date guys with money, they talk about how those guys are basically just empty, vapid shells that think that just because they're rich, the woman should just stick with them. You know, kind of like Andrew Tate, right? Like Andrew Tate, right? He's got the money, but he just thinks that because he is Andrew Tate, he can just do whatever he wants and the woman's going to stay at home. Now, don't get me wrong. There's going to be a certain type of girl that's going to be attracted to that. But the kind of woman you want that's going to connect to you on the level you want, she's not going to be there because she doesn't give a fuck about your money. She'll matter of fact, she'll leave you and go fuck somebody else. You don't believe me? Exhibit A. Y'all like to use Jeff Bezos a lot, right? Y'all like to quote Jeff Bezos. He's a millionaire, right? Didn't he just get done with his wife? His wife is now the richest woman, ex-wife, I'm sorry, the richest woman in the world. Didn't have to do shit, just marry him. And guess who she's dating now? Isn't he a teacher? Isn't he a teacher? He's a teacher, right? Probably teaches the kids, right? She found him. He's some kind of teacher. He ain't making no way. Listen, is she happy with it? She's the richest woman out there right now with a fucking teacher. Nigga ain't got no money. left the richest man in the world. What are you talking about? Usually when they leave, and it doesn't matter. The money's not a thing. It's what they find attractive. See, this is what the red pills convinced a lot of y'all to believe that isn't true. It's not true. Sometimes she'll leave, even though you have your life together. There might be something about you that she's not feeling, or not even just you. It might be something with her. Something with her that she's feeling that she hasn't done right yet because you haven't done your due diligence to vet the right chick. So you're not vetting the right woman. You're dealing with the wrong one with emotional problems, which is what a lot of young men tend to deal with, right? So you're dealing with that shit. You haven't vetted her. So yeah, she's going to leave you. Because there's something that's not there. You don't tick all the boxes. In these days and age, most guys don't know how to do that. So, of course, they're going to get cheated on. Because most girls nowadays, they probably got a guy for different things. They got a guy for simping. They got a guy for fucking. They got a guy for, compliments and friend zoning. They got a guy for everything. So when I look at this and you're saying leave you for a broke guy, money does help. It does, but money's not the end all be all. And women will leave you for a guy they find more attractive, regardless of his financial status. Regardless. Money is ideal, but it's not the end all be all. Because realistically, most women, especially nowadays, would much rather just get it on their own because they've been conditioned that way. Thank you, social engineering, to get it on their own, to not really have to use you or need you. And if you really think about it, society nowadays, young man, doesn't actually require you to make money. They don't actually require you to make a lot of money. They don't even want you to be a provider. You know that? You know that society does not want you to be a provider male, okay? Because society is trying to go in a direction where it wants dual incomes. You understand? So it's not that women value money. It's not that at all. It's not that. Most women, they want to get it on their own. It's just realistically, there's a bigger conditioning at play. It's not just that. And when I see this bro is 6 foot and already advantage, that already tells me right off the bat, you are focused on the wrong things. Right off the bat. Listen, bro, I'm 5'9". I'm not that tall. I'm not the tall. I've dated tall girls, but I'm not the tallest, right? But I know I got a few things going for me, I know I'm charismatic. I know I look good. I have certain things, right? Play to your strengths. What do you have? What is your strength? Instead of looking at your deficient, look at how deficient-minded this comment comes off as, right? Instead of looking at what you don't have, what do you have? Okay, you're not 6 foot. Okay, what do I have and what can I improve upon? I don't think dating coaches are useless. I just think that a lot of their ideas can be misguided, can be misleading. Is the better. It doesn't reflect reality. You guys notice that maybe you've seen it with some dating coaches where maybe they talk about game and they talk about whatever it is, but then when they get put on a spot with women, maybe their game doesn't really match up. Maybe somebody else's looks probably supersedes game. I don't know if you guys have seen examples of that. I'm sure it's out there, right? Somebody can come in and talk game all day, right? Teach game, sell game, but then somebody who's good looking could come in and then take it out. But here's the thing. It could be the opposite effect where somebody could be good looking, somebody could be, but empty. And then somebody with game can come in and sweep through. It just depends on who you're dealing with, okay? I think this idea just hinges on women being a monolith, and women aren't a monolith, bro. We're not a monolith. Okay, men are on the monolith, women are on a monolith, people are on a monolith, people are different. We're variables, we're random, we got patterns. Fuck, I went in 4 hours deep, but that was a good comment. What up? Tiny Rascal said, I heard an average woman say that they can get more money than the average man. Yeah, that's probably true. I can see that happening. Women have more opportunities now. It's damn to happen. That's the truth. You're on point with that. Thoughts on Darius M? I think Darius M. I don't know how to feel about that guy because there's some videos he comes off. It comes off any video that you watch that have you come off feeling a little bit more down and negative about the opposite sex than when you first started out. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. That's so Darius M. He says a lot of factual shit, but it's the emotion he puts behind it. You could tell there's a little bit underneath the surface there. I think I don't know. Listen. I him and some of the other guys, I tend to just kind of like just leave him alone because it looks like I think they're trying to pursue a certain niche. Which I find interesting. It's an interesting niche to observe to see where it's not even a niche. I mean, it's the Manosphere, it's a red pill, but what the style they're going for him and there's another guy, Stephen Cole does a similar thing, right? Stephen Cole and Darius Sam are pretty similar, but it's in the style that they're putting forth. I find interesting. So you really got to study what they're doing, but there's definitely some undertone incel-ish type shit going on there. But other than that's all I gotta say about Darius M. I don't really think they're really much. Says Duke is 5'9", I'm 6 in height, don't mean shit. It really don't. Matter of fact, bro, you're a tiny rascal. Like if we were going out to a club or something like that, I would much rather go out with someone like you because you're taller. And I know that listen, this is how I play the game. Listen, my squad, bro. When I put together my squad, like we go out, bro. Like we got tall niggas and all my squad, we niggas that look good. Okay, it's just how it is because you're gonna get the best bang for your buck. Okay, if I know you're 6 feet and you know how to dress yourself. Okay, you're coming out with me because I know that girls like taller guys. So you're gonna be my beacon. You and all the other niggas, you're gonna be my beacon. Okay, so then all the girls are gonna come in and then we'll let the charisma work. So we work as a team. You see what I'm saying? And the girls come over because they see a tall dude, they see a tall dude, then they look down, they see a gang of good-looking dudes just all around, and they be like, all right, let's go see what's going on. They see a bunch of dudes who got a bunch of energy, charismatic, fun, and they got somewhere else to be that's gonna be even more fun and lit than what they got going on right now. Bruh, you know what I'm talking about? It's so easy to just get that group involved in your vibe and just roll with it. That's literally how we mob downtown. Bro, when we go DT, you got a crew of people. Realistically, you got everyone's like, to somewhere charismatic, but I hang out with a lot of tall dudes, right? And it's like we see that. We know girls are attracted to tall dudes. Even tall dudes that I even think are ugly. I don't know if you're watching, bro. There's some tall dudes where I'm just like, hey, bro, come on, you know what I'm talking about. But hey, bro, he's not much of a looker. But if you look at it, like, it doesn't matter. Height is an attractive thing. So why, instead of being mad at it, just maximize it. Like, why not maximize it? Oh yeah, you tall. Hey, come hang with a bro. Come on, let's do it. Hey, come, let's holler at these females real quick. You gonna serve a purpose in my crew. Let's just be real. Like, you tall, we gonna use that height to something. So just because somebody's 5'9" or whatever, listen, okay, if you 5'5", that's when you probably want to start leaning towards the money. Like, I'm gonna just be real with you. If you're like 5'5", 5'4" as a man, you gotta have something. Like the height. Listen, 5'7" is probably, I would say, is probably the cutoff point for most women. 5'7". Let me know in the chat if you disagree. I think 5'7" you're good cut off for average for most women. But if you're like 5'5", it's a different kind of struggle. But if you're like 5'9", 5'8", 5'7", if you're in a good range, you got nothing to worry about. You really do. Like most girls are like 5'3", bruh. You on average, you're probably gonna have 3-inch height clearance. Bro, don't worry about that height shit. The height shit is literally just it's a buff. It's a shit test. If you really look, if you pay attention, it's a shit test. Okay, just think about that. Trust me. The girls who I've known girls who are 5'10", 5'11". Yeah, that was wild. That one was interesting. But I'm telling you right now, you know what I'm saying? Whoo, come on now. Triple cross. That's facts. Yeah, girls do not like, because then you know what, they don't like attractive guys who are corny, bro. Attractive dudes who are corny are lame. Like it's so looks isn't everything, bro. And I remember when I was corny, bro. Like listen, I'm not saying that. Like listen, I've always been. I would say I've always been. I've got to work on it. You know, you lose weight. You know, whatever the fuck. But you know, through growing up, I wasn't like an ugly guy. You know, a fairly decent looking guy. So you know, I knew where my I knew. Let's say I knew what my limitations were. We put it at that. But I knew that if I was like super nerdy with certain girls and I wasn't like cool, I didn't display a certain vibe. I knew that our interaction would cut off at a certain point. I was always aware of that for some reason. That if I was like really corny, like with girls that I would with my buddies, right? There was always a cutoff point where like a girl would stop talking to me, right? It doesn't matter how good looking they even in high school. Some girls I dealt with in high school were kind of like this, right? And high school would be the age where I was more closer to the guy I am now versus back then. But like a lot of times, if you're a good looking dude and you're corny, girls won't even fuck with you. They'll fuck with the ugly, ugly weirdo. And I was saying ugly weirdo, but ugly dude who's like funny. He's funny. He makes her laugh, and he makes everyone else laugh, which makes him popular. So she'll fuck with him. Simple. Zachary says, no, it's a that try it. Try it. Do not if you're tall yourself or you got taller friends, it's like they're like an antenna, bro. It's like an antenna, bro. I like listen, I got tall friends all, and plus I'm muscular, bro. I know I got bro, I'm packing I'm packing heat on my arms, bro. So like I never actually have to worry about height. That's not in my thing. Like I actually want tall guys to be in a picture because if we're walking down a beach or something like that, taking my shirt off because I know I got a built body, I got a, you know, I got decent looks and everything like that. So it's one of those things where you just when girls look at a group of guys that look solid, y'all to them, y'all look like a unit, an intimidating unit of good looking motherfuckers. Some of them were tall, some of them were looking sexy. To women, it's just like a little sea of meat for them because they like to sexualize men. I mean, it's a double standard, is what it is. But they just see a sea of good looking meat of good looking men, right? That it's like, okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on with this vibe. Let's hang out with these guys over here because they look like they got what's popping. You see what I'm saying? So you use that strategy, man. If you got tall dudes around you, and you know some of the guys around you are relatively, you know, fit, or at least not even just fit, like workout wise, but they're well put together, right? They know how to put themselves together. You got yourself a crew. Try it out. It'll work. It'll work. Like it'll work. Like y'all never. For some of y'all claiming to be in college, like I'm not saying y'all, but like some of these dudes who talk about college graduating, whatever the fuck it is. For some of y'all never really went out and party with people. Like, have y'all not? See, this is why you can't listen to Lord Marquardt. You can't listen to Squares, bro, because Squares don't know how to party. They don't know how to organize parties, bro. You can't listen to Squares. Like Lord Marquardt is a square, okay? If you don't know how to organize your crew when y'all go out and like hit the town, and if you don't know who in your group of in your friends when you go out and meet chicks is the opener. If you don't have an opener, you don't have a guy who knows how to like set things down, who knows how to push the mood. You don't have a guy who knows how to spot. You got to have a spotter. You got to have an opener, bro. It's an operation when you go out. I don't think. What is this? Like, am I teaching y'all again? Do we have to go back to school and unlearn what y'all learned? Because there's a process to this shit, bro. There's a process. You got to have someone, the person who's the most charismatic out of your entire group is the guy that opens for you. That's the guy that should be approaching and bringing the girls to the group, or at least attracting the girls to the group, right? You can have guys who are tall. You can do the different things. Bro, y'all, damn, bro. Oh, my God. Like, see, this is the kind of knowledge. I'm like, why aren't they telling y'all this? Why aren't they teaching y'all group approach dynamics? Right? It actually does a lot better when you're approaching a group of girls, right? When you're approaching a group, it's actually less intimidating. You can do it with a team of 3 dudes. 3 dudes and a group of 5 girls, you can accomplish that. Easy. Y'all just have to play off your skills, but I don't get why this is not common. This is why we have to bring it back to the real red pill, like the real awakening that y'all are more powerful than you know. Let's continue. I love these little questions, but what I'm gonna do, we have to shorten this up a little bit because I feel myself going in right now, and it's about to get crazy. But let's continue here. He said, dude, hey, money makes a lot of things look sexy. I'm gonna tell you that right now, laughing man. It does make a lot of things look sexy, but especially if you 5'5". If you 5'5", hey, listen, get your money up. That's all I gotta say to you, bro. If you 5'5", get your money up. But yes, it would make you look sexy. That's how that works. Corny can be a tactic if it's got to be played right though. It's got to be played right though, okay? Because there's corny while being cool, and there's corny while like just being a weirdo, if you know what I mean, okay? And I'm talking about if you that one of those dudes with weird pickup lines or those weird fetishes, not fetishes, but those weird activities where you like to be indoors, or you're some kind of like a weird nerd that likes these little, anime, or I'm not saying women don't like anime or anything like that. I'm not saying it's weird. I like anime, but I'm not gonna sit there with a girl I'm dating and talk about Naruto or talk about Attack on Titan all day long. Like, she's not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I gotta keep that shit to the homies, you know what I'm saying? We talk about that with a different crowd, you know what I'm saying? But like, listen, if you talk about like Pokemon cards and shit like that, okay, that's a little too corny, right? But corny as in if you can show up, you're a witty, if you're a witty nerd, if you're a witty nerdy type of individual, right? Like, you could be witty, you're not afraid to be to go there sometimes, but you're also reserved, not reserved to a point, but you engage in certain things that could be considered lame, but to a girl, she might find it cute, right? So, for instance, you could say, I like to collect seashells, some weird shit like that. A girl might find that the cutest thing in the world. Like, oh, look at this guy. He likes seashells, and now we're going on a date to go pick up seashells. That's so cute, right? Girls like that stuff, right? I mean, I don't know, like that'd be corny. But you got to learn how to play that right. Otherwise, if you just out here, do you want to see my card collection? She not going for it, bro. And it says the muscles are the great equalizer, dude. You can be ugly as hell, but you got lots of muscles. You're it. That's facts. Do you know why? The reason why is not only girls are attracted to arms. Girls, let me say something. Girls like guys with big arms. Girls like guys, because that's when they look at you, that's the first thing their eyes get attracted to. If your arms are nice, they're looking at you like, okay, that's nice. And then the next thing is your shoulders. If your shoulders are nice and broad, it looks like you're taking care of yourself. That's what it is. So muscles give you a leg up. But here's another key thing. For a lot of you face rating and meat loving people out there, right? Black pillars out there, you realize that gaining muscle, losing weight also changes the facial structure of your face, right? You don't realize that, right? The more muscle you gain, the more muscle you put up, the more fat you lose. It actually reshapes the way your jawline looks, right? It slims down your jawline. It even slims down the ridge of your nose, because people don't realize they hold a lot of fat within their noses. They hold a lot of fat within their cheek, especially when they gain fat. They hold a lot of fat within a lot of places. And when you lose weight, when you become more muscular and things start to become a lot more defined and pronounced, it makes you look like a different human being. And it just brings out the attractiveness. So muscles are the great equalizer. That's why I find it interesting. A lot of you guys who, when they tell you to go work out, y'all find a problem with that. It's not a big problem, because you're literally changing the way you look, from physically even down to your face. You're changing everything. You're changing it. So you definitely want to figure out how to get some muscle in you. That's definitely for sure, bro. Like, that's whatever. Quan Leonard, you might have game. You may have game. But most people 5'5", they don't have game. But you're successful, you have game. I'm sure you have game then, right? Because it's how you carry. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's all part of it, like physical and all that stuff like that. But here's the thing, Quan. You probably figured out how to. What you did is you figured out how to work. Because here's the thing: a lot of people who are 5'5" men, the first thing that they get is insecure about the height, right? Because that's an insecure thing. So that's a big hurdle most men can't overcome. You overcame that barrier somehow, whether it's natural. I don't know how you did it, but you did it, and that's not a problem for you anymore. And because you don't see it as a problem, women you interacted with don't see that as a problem either. But a lot of guys who are 5'5", and we got to think about it in the Manosphere space, or not Manosphere, Red Pill space, right? A lot of them, they put that as the forefront of their attractiveness. So if they're short, a lot of insecurities are surrounding that, and they find it pretty difficult to overcome said insecurities. So for you, it is, but how do you get other men who are 5'5" to overcome that insecure mental barrier? You got to, how do you do that, right? And I don't know that. I don't know, but like, how would you do that, right? That's something that a lot of men will probably be interested in knowing how to do. That'd be a good thing to talk about. Visit dailycash.com says, you a player now, huh, dude? It's not that I'm a player. I just, listen, just because I do shit in my private life and my listen, I get down. Like, I don't get it twisted. I can come up here and say, you know, your boy gets down. I don't listen. I don't. My thing is, I'm confident in what I do and what I can do and what I know I've done, to not have to sit there and try to like play these little weirdo dating app games to show all these different things. No, I what I say comes from experience. So like, it's not that I'm a player. It's just, this is what I've done and what I've known to do. I'm not, listen, let me shut up. No, it's not that. It's just there's certain things, you know. It's not being a player. It's just certain things, you know. And when you know certain things, you can tell when other people are bullshitting. Like some of these red pill dudes, I can tell when they're bullshitting because I've been around the block and I know they're lying. So I can willingly tell you that these guys are lying, right? But you guys would know, you guys could tell, right? Because you could tell when someone has experience versus someone's just talking out of their ass. So that's the thing. It's not that I'm a player. It's just like, from my experience, what these guys are telling you just doesn't work. Damn, bro, y'all are y'all are crazy. I like this. I'm loving the chat right now. Laughing Man says, thank you for $2 super chat. Says Duke Popeye, right? Gotcha. You got, hey, listen, that Popeye got, hey, that look, bro. Listen, the arms would, listen. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna give you a quick workout tip because I work out too. In case you guys don't know, and listen, I'm a fit guy, but I don't have to brag about being fit, right? So if you guys have fitness questions, I'm happy to answer it because I do actually work out. I'm actually in the gym a lot. Like, that's part of my life too, right? But if you want a quick way to build up your arms, work on your triceps. What people don't realize, when they start working on arms, they start working on the biceps because it's more of the most pronounced muscle they think that women are going to look for, especially when you're flexing. You're mainly flexing bicep muscle, right? It's mainly all up here. You're mainly doing all this, right? It's all in here, right? But what you don't realize is that your tricep muscle, that's all of this, right? Your bicep is only like right about here. This is all your bicep, right about here. All of this, I don't know if you guys can see it. All of that is just all bicep right here. The rest, all this from the back, all of that, like right there from the back, that's all tricep. That's all tricep. So if you want bigger arms, start working on your triceps, right? Do some pull downs, do some isos, isolate it a little bit, right? And then you work on those three heads. You see the 3 heads, right? You got your lateral. I might be mislabeling this. You the lateral, medial, and all that. But you got your 3 tricep heads. There's one of them right here. The second one is right here, and the third one runs all the way along this line right here. You guys can see it, right? The 3 main tricep heads. These are what's going to get you the bigger arms right off the bat. Realistically, if you want big arms, to fill out your shirt, because you can wear a normal t-shirt, right? You can wear a normal t-shirt. I can have my arms down and my t-shirt fills out. You see what I'm saying? So when I'm walking around in public, guess what girls are seeing? You see what they're seeing? I don't even have to flex. I'm not flexing right now. This is a normal t-shirt. I'm not flexing. This is what they see. This is, I'm walking, I'm talking. This is what they see, right? This right here is attractive to a lot of women. So work on it, bro. Like, that's the first thing they see. I don't know. that got kind of weird. Kind of weird. Hey, listen, I'm gonna have to end this stream because I'm going in, but we got to do this again. This was fun. This was actually kind of fun. All right. Hey, listen, I got to give you guys the typical goodbyes. All right. I appreciate you guys being here. This was a great show. You guys can be anywhere in the world right now, but you chose to spend it with us, and I appreciate that. For those of you guys, listen, man, this is awesome. Thank you so much for sticking with us, and I really hope this freaking helps. If you guys like what you see, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, the bell notification, so that way YouTube lets you know whenever we're in town, and then we'll be back at you next week with another video. This time, we're going to go a little bit deeper, but again, this was fun. I'm going to catch you on the next one. Peace.